Hello, everyone. Congrats to Russ's son on graduating and getting into law school. That is awesome. Somehow, in the 10 seconds since I set it up, my camera is now miscentered. One moment while I recenter myself. But yeah, big congrats. I also see you've been doing a lot of my old puzzles, Russ, which has been exciting to watch you sort of slowly go back in time to where you're now. I just saw you did black and white, which was the first puzzle of mine that Simon ever did. The I don't know how many people have it set up this way, but I like having it set up so I get an email every time someone does one of my puzzles on Logic Masters Germany because it's fun. Let's see. Figure video. Let's see. Let me make myself more centered. So I think that is this. Oops. Nope, not that. Take two. Maybe it's this? Yes, there we go. Except that's the wrong way. But at least it's the right thing. There we go. Well, let me know if you want any hints on MIA, Jessica. And I will be happy to provide them. Yeah, Russ has been doing a lot of them. Russ must be very good. Russ is doing Niverio's puzzles too. Awesome. Alrighty. So welcome everyone. Nice to see all the green in chat. We've got a lot of supporters, and we have many supporters both on Patreon and on YouTube through memberships. Very cool to have those around. One of the benefits that people who support us at the windmill level in either of those places get is they get to vote on what puzzle out of the list of puzzles I'm going to do they most want to see. By the way, yes, congratulations, J40. We watched that last night. That was an amazing puzzle. This puzzle that we start with, this is the most voted on puzzle, or one of the tied for most voted on puzzles. I'm going to do another of the most voted on puzzles after this, but I will dedicate this to those of you who voted for it, which are David Ratner, the Cogito, Luda, and Ken. Ken showing off the fact that the little windmill that goes next to your name, if you're a YouTube member, sort of slowly gets repainted over time. So you can see that. So people trickling in. We only started doing YouTube memberships last month. So anyway, that is all of that, I think. I don't think I have any fancy things to... Oh, I guess I can announce that in the very near future, our math video next on the math channel will be going up. So if you follow along with the math channel, the video that Tristan and I have been working on for, I don't know, something like 4 or 5 months, somewhere in that vicinity, that is going to go up very soon. So you can look forward to that. It'll probably be up by the time that I'm done streaming today. This video is on integrals of complex functions. So line integrals, the fundamental theorem of calculus, all of these fun little adventures. And we'll see. We will see about that. It should be fun. All right. So this puzzle that has gotten voted on by the residue theorem's the next video. You have to wait till the next video to get the residue theorem. But if you know the residue theorem, you might see some things in the video that might make more sense, but might not make sense until later for the others. All right, so this puzzle combines two rules that I don't think I've seen combined before, but we've done a lot of puzzles with both of these rule sets previously. This is by Tallcat, who's in chat, so you can wave, provided that you can see him. He's awfully tall up there. So the first is the numbered rules constraint, which I now associate with Codec because Codec has used it a lot. Codec neither invented it nor sort of anything like that, but Codec, I think, sort of popularized this by getting really captivated by it. So how does numbered rooms work? So these clues outside the grid say they're going to tell you what room the 7 is staying in. And so if this is a 3, then the 7 is staying in the third room in the row, and so then the 7 stays there. Whereas if this is a 9, it's telling you what room the 4 stays in, and so the 4 stays in the 9th room in the row, and so that would be a 4. I will also note if it's in a column, then it would tell you, for example, if this is a 2, then the 3 is going to stay in the second room, so it'll go there. If it's here, it would count from the bottom. So in this instance, the 2 is staying in the 9th room from this point of view. So this would be a 9. You may identify some problems with this hypothetical arrangement, but that's how numbered rooms clues work. So they're very similar if you've seen 159 puzzles before. They're going to be very similar in style to that, but the thing is, it's relative rather than absolute. So I think that is the difference. And by the way, welcome, Jovi. I was thinking about that, Tristan, about whether we should do a premiere for the math video, but I feel like it would be very weird to have me talking over me talking about math. I don't think that would make a very good viewing experience for anyone. If anyone was going to do a thing, I could imagine you later doing a commentary on the video. Yes, Directionary, we've gotten lots of digits in the puzzle. Yes, we're doing very well. I can put in some more for you if you would like them. Oh, chat only. Okay, chat only. Maybe we could do that if you wanted. I wouldn't complain about that. So the German whispers lines, that is the green lines, those are the other rule here. The digits that are next to each other on the line have to be at least 5 apart. So if this is a 3, as it is in this hypothetical example, then this would have to be at least 8. And so this could be 8 or it could be 9. And then this would have to be at least 5 away from 8, so it could be, say, a 2. Currently, the digits are only for rules explanation, Jaleb, so I'm about to just wipe everything, and then the red will get turned off. So that is the rules that we have. I think probably just post it today, Tristan. I don't know that having me hang out in chat is going to do all that much to excite people about it. Maybe at some point in the future. Yeah, I got to start all over again. So I've got to look at where these various things can go. Okay, so the first thing to notice is cells like this are going to end up actually being quite restricted. So first of all, you can almost never put a 1 in a numbered room spot, because that would be saying that you'd be putting the 6 on top of the 1, and that doesn't work. So we're not going to do that. So in this case, this also can't be a 2, because a 2 here would put a 6 here. And now these two are only 4 apart, and 4 is less than 5. So that's not going to work. So I think this could be a 3. I think it could... Oh, this can't be a 4, not for numbered rooms reasons, but for whisperlogical reasons. Because if this digit was a 4, these two digits would each have to be at least... these two digits would at least have to be 5 away, and so they'd both have to be 9, and then we'd get this whole red effect again. We don't like that. So it can't be 4... It can't be 5 for either reason, either because you can't put a 6 here or because you can't put a 5 on a German Whispers line. It can't be 6 for similarly about 7 reasons. It can't be a 6 because you can't put a 6 on the clue for 6, because that would be saying put the 6 in the 6th spot, which would put 2 6s. Also, I can't put a 6 at this spot on a German Whispers line because it would put 2 1s there. I think 7 I don't see any problems with. So 3, 7, and then I think it could be 8, but it certainly can't be 9, because if it was 9, it would put a 6 here. So this is either 3, 7, or 8. Let's see, and Russ says 8 doesn't work, which I was hoping it wouldn't, because that would be more exciting. Let's see, what goes wrong if I make this an 8? I put a... if I make this an 8, okay, let's just fill this in. If I make this an 8, I make this a 6. Which then forces this to be a 1, but I can't have a 1 in front of a numbered rooms clue. So yes, so this also can't be 8. Good insight. Okay, so this is 3 or 7. So now 3 and 7 are both interesting numbers to have here, because if you think about the numbers that are 5 away from 3, there are exactly 2 of them, and we'd have to use both. So if this is a 3, then this is an 8-9 pair. Whereas if this is a 7, then there's only 2 numbers that are 5 away, and so this would be a 1-2 pair. And so that is very interesting. We can go ahead and mark the 6 that we know goes in one of these 2 cells from the numbered rooms clue. Oh yeah, we can have a bet cell. Let's have people bet on... Tallcat will let me know if this is a bad bet cell, but this seems like a far enough away from the fray. I bet this is going to be a good bet cell. What about this cell? Okay, so I think the obvious thing would be to think that this cell also could only be 3 or 7. But I don't think that's quite true. I think this clue is going to have more options. But not that many more options. So let's go through this same one, through this cell as well. So it can't be 1. I think it could be 2, actually, because I think if this is a 2, it puts a 9 here. I don't think that immediately has any problems. Maybe it will have more if we think harder about it. I think it could be 3. It can't be 4, because you can't put a 4 at this spot on a German Whispers, because I'd have to put 2 9s, which is problematic for all kinds of reasons. It can't be 5, because you can't put a 5 on a German Whispers at all. It can't be 6, because there's already a 6 in the row, or because you can't put a 6 on the German Whispers, or because it would break this numbered rooms clue. Take your pick out of those. I think it could be 7. I think it could be 8. But it certainly can't be 9. Okay. So now Glum Hippo, and so multiple people are suggesting things are wrong with this, and I would fully believe that. So let's examine what happens if this is an 8. If this is an 8, then I put a 9 here. Okay, so let me, okay, I understand Directionary's point. So let me start with Directionary's point instead, because this one I get. Okay, so what happens if these two add to 10? If these two add to 10, it takes a second, but that means these two cells point to the same cell. So if this was, so the easy way to do this is if this is a 3, oops, sorry. If this is a 3 and this is a 7, then I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's where I put the 6, and I count 1, 2, 3, and that's where I put the 9, because I just put a 7 and a 9 on top of each other, and that's not going to work. Okay, so Directionary has a very good point. That's very true. So this can't be 3 or 7. So this is 2 or 8. So that's pretty cool. Yes, in an S cell numbered rooms puzzle, that would work out. Okay. Now Garion said this couldn't be 8, which I did not see immediately. Exactly how that works. So if this is an 8, so now good point from Chris Palmer, who reveals that I have not even looked at the grid very closely. This cell has to be 3, 7 for exactly the same reason this cell had to be 3, 7. I don't think we used anything. Actually, I think we used this numbered rooms clue for 9, didn't we? Oh no, I'm going to have to look through this all again. I think this might be symmetric, but I think at one point we used this numbered rooms clue for 9, so I think we have to go through this all again. Okay. So this can't be 1 or 2. I think it could be 3. It can't be 4 because of the whispers. Can't be 5 because of the whispers. Can't be 6 because of the whispers. I think it could be 7. It can't be 8 because then these would add to 10. And if it was 9, it would put a 6 there, and it can't. Okay, so quick enough. Can't be 3, 7. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so Directionary points out this can't be 2, because if this is a 2, then this is an 8, but then that would put a 9 on top of the 2, so that's not going to work. If it was 2, these two would sum to 10, which would mean that, again, you would be putting... Oh, wait, no, those two can sum to 10. It doesn't matter. These two can sum to 10 because there's not a numbered rooms clue here. Never mind. I think this can be 2. No, it can't, because if this was 2, it would put a 2 next to a 6, and a 2 and 6 aren't far enough apart. So yeah, there are many reasons, and one of them is even true, why that can't be that. Okay, so now the 4 clue, we can do a similar thing. So can't be 1, can't be 2, could be 3, I believe. Can't be 4, can't be 5, can't be 6, could be 7, can't be 8, and can't be 9. So this is a 3-7 pair. We actually have an almost pattern that we sort of predicted, which is that we would get the sort of 3 7s all around the board, but we don't quite have it. So one of these cells is a 4. And that was not intended to be that horrible gray color. It was intended to be green. And one of these cells is a 6. Oh, except it's not supposed to be yellow, because I already used yellow. These can be orange. Okay. So chat is telling me this can't be a 1. Let's see if I can decipher why this can't be a 1. Let's see. If this is a 1, that's a 2. This does look vaguely kite on 6y. So it is a good point that these two digits are the same. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So what chat has identified here is that this digit is 3 or 7. This digit is the 3 or 7 that's not the same 3 or 7. It's the other one. And so then this digit is the same 3, 7. So these two are either both 3 or they're both 7. However, as chat points out, if they're both 7, that would put 2 6s into this box. That's not going to work. So these are both 3. And that means we get a digit dance from our professional digit dancing penguin, who is going to do the 3 dance. Do-do-do. 3 dance. Do-do-do. 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 Do-loop. Do-loop. 3 dance. Yay! Thank you, Zach. We appreciate your 3 dance. I am hoping you get to do more than 2 dances today. Although at least last time you were very excited. You got to do your first void dance, so that was exciting. But yes, that was super cool. I liked that a lot. And it's going to let us fill in lots of things. So that's a 6 and that's a 6. I can get rid of these colors immediately. Neither of these is a 6. Now, these are not 1 or 2. They are an 8-9 pair. This is a 7. The 7 places a 4 here. That's not a 4. I can get rid of these. Yes, the void dance was a new trick. What a puzzle, though. What a puzzle. So if this is an 8, this is a 9, which conveniently actually works out. Because if this is an 8, this cell becomes a 9 for 2 different reasons. If this is a 2, then this is a 9, which also works out fine. And then that would make this an 8 and that a 9. Okay, these are an 8-9 pair. These are a 1-2 pair. Let's see. This can no longer be a 1 because I can't have a 7 in this column anymore. Let's see. Likewise, this can no longer be a 1 because I can't have a 3 in this row anymore. Let's see. The void dance was part of Jesper's puzzle, which was called Japanese Sums Philomeno, I believe was the title. It was a very fun puzzle. That also took basically the entire stream to do. But it was a very cool puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you bet 1, 2, 5, or 7, you are still in the running. Trying to decide if I think this is limited or not. So if this is an 8, then this would have to be a 1 or a 2. Actually, if this is an 8, this is a 1-2 pair. Because 3 is gone. So if this is an 8, these are a 1-2 pair. Otherwise, this is a 2, in which case this is a 9. So this is either 1, 2, or 9. I can pencil mark. Don't know that I have a similar restriction here. Let's see. Blind betting 5 in Whispers puzzles is an especially good technique, because it is quite likely to pay dividends. The 4 clue in column 5 is limited. Okay, let's write it out. So, can't be 1. I think it can vaguely possibly be 2. It can't actually be 3 for multiple reasons. It can't be 4 or 5 or 6. I think it could be 7. Would put a 4 here. Or 8. But it can't be 9 because there's already a 4 down there. So I think this is only 2, 7, or 8. If this was a 7, it would force these to be a 1, 2 pair, which I don't see a problem with. If this was a 2, these would be the remaining 7, 8, 9s for the row. I, again, don't see a problem with. So 2, 7, or 8. One of these is a 4. Is there anything exciting to do with that? Not that I can immediately think of. Let's see. If this is... this cannot be an 8. Okay, great point from JLib. If this is an 8, it makes this a 9 and means that this cell should also be an 8. So by 159 style logic, that cannot be an 8 because you would put 2 8s in the row if that was an 8. Very good spot. Interestingly, 4 in the row only goes in one of these two spots because this cell can't be a 4 and nothing else can be. 5 actually also. 5, no, sorry, this can be a 5. Never mind. 6, 7. Rules out 2 for the clue. Right. That rules out 2 for the clue. Beautiful. Yes. So the 4 is in particular in this box, and so I can't make this a 4. This can only be a 7. Great spot from several people in chat saw that immediately, which I did not, but great spot. So this is a 1 or a... So this is a 1-2 pair. Okay, so let's... Do I want to write out this? Maybe I don't want to write out what this is yet. Oh, so I can put the 4 in the column. Yes, let's do that. So I put a 7 here. That means that's a 4. Oops. Means this is a 4 from the numbered rooms clue. Thank you. I remember that about, I don't know, half the time. Just like whenever I'm doing arrow puzzles and I get stuck, I have to go and look at every arrow and see if I filled in every digit but 1 on an arrow, and inevitably that is what I have missed. Okay, so now if this digit is low, it's a 4. Because this digit sees 1, 2, and 3, and this digit could never in any circumstance be a 4, so this digit's high. So this is not a 2. Sorry, so this is not an 8, because this digit is high, so this is a 2, which means that is a 9, which means that is an 8, which means that's a 9. Let's see, this digit is a 7 or 8. I'm just really quickly checking to see if we know if it's a 7 or an 8. Don't think we do yet. But that 9 does resolve. Oh, we're about to know whether it's a 7 or an 8 because that's a 9. Sorry. No, that's an 8, so that's a 9. Sorry, that's not actually helpful. So this cell, that would require, this cell can't be a 2 anymore. Because if this cell was a 2, it would make this an 8, which would conflict with that 8. So this is actually a 1 and a 2. If I look at that closely. So this 2, let's just write out its possibilities real quickly. So it can't be a 1. It can't be a 2. Yeah, it can't be a 2 because it's a 2 clue. It can't be a 3, 4 from the row. It looks to me like it could be a 5 or a 6. Can't be a 7 or an 8. And it can't be a 9 for sure. So one of these two is a 2 is the upshot of all of that. So one of these two is a 2, just by Sudoku. If this were the 2, I would need this to be a 7-8 pair. I do have aligning 2s now between these two boxes, so these aren't 2 anymore. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's do the pair over here. So what are the options for this? So it can't be 1, 2, 3. It could be 4. It can't be 5 because that would put a 4. Oh, sorry. No, it could be 5. This is a 3, not a 4. Can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9 because this could be 4 or 5. Okay. So now we get to use Directionary's magic trick again. This can't be a 4, 6 pair. So one of these is a. So one of these is a 5. Also, if you look over here now, the 3 is actually placed in the same spot the 2 was, so we get to upgrade this to a pencil marked pair. Which means this is low, which means these are high. So these are from 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Trying to decide if that does anything with this 7. I don't think it quite does anything with the 7. Let's see. The 3 in this box is in this strip somewhere, but I don't think that's exciting yet. Let's see. The 6. The 6 in this box is placed just by Sudoku. Let's do that. Let's do the easy one. So that's a 6 and that's a 4. Garion has said something which is my favorite deduction in all of these kinds of puzzles, but I'm checking something else real quick. But Garion has said that if I look at row 8, column 4, that it sees every low digit, and it does. So it sees 1, 2, 3 in the column and 4 in the row and box. So this is not low, it's high. So this has to be 7 or 8. Which means this has to be 1 or 2, because it can't be 3 or 4. It's got to be low. And so this digit has to be 7 or 8. So that's a 7, 8 pair. That strips the 7 over here, gets the 1, 5 out of here. Sorry, Trumkle, for that. The 1, 5 pair comes over here and gives us a 2 and a 1. So so the 6, I guess the 6 in this box I just know is in one of these two cells. That's not exciting. But this 1 does fix that this is a 2. And that being a 2 doesn't do anything. But these are now 1, 2. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, 6. We got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. This isn't a 6. So we've got that much. We know one of these two is an 8. See, I probably should fill in what these are, actually, because I bet there's some naked singles floating around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not a 3 or a 9. This is a 5 or an 8. This one's not an 8. This one I think could be anything it wants to be in its life. This cell is just a gimme, as Chad is pointing out. It is a 3. So we've got that. Okay, so now I need a 3 up here, but it can't go there. So 3 by Sudoku is now placed here. So these digits are from, let's see, they're not 1, 2, 3, 4. They could be 5, 6. They're not 7. They could be 8, 9. This one's not a 9. Was not as good as I hoped it would be, I'm going to be honest. Okay, what are these digits? Those I have not filled in yet. I need a 1. Oh, I need a 1 in row 1. The 1 in row 1 has been placed here for ages. So that's a 1. That's a 5 and a 1. So this is a 4-5 pair, actually, which means none of these are 5. Yeah, it's probably a good time to look at the numbered rooms clue over here for the 7, as Russ suggests. So it can't be a 1, 2, 3. It can't be a 4, because it would place a 7 on top of a 2, 3. I think it could be a... No, it can't be a 5, because there's a 7 in column 5 already. I think it could be a 6. It can't be a 7, because it would be placing a 7. I think it could be an 8. And it can't be a 9 because there's a 9 in the column already. So I think this is 6 or 8. So one of these two cells is a 7, I believe. I bet one of those is wrong if I do enough Sudoku. It is probably the key. Okay, these cells are very restricted. They're not 1, 2, 3. They could be 4, 5. They're not 6. They could be 7. They're not 8, 9. These are only 4, 5, 7. That one's only actually 5 or 7. So that gives me my 5, 7, 8, 9 quad in the column. So my 5, 7, 8, 9 quad in the column makes this cell a 3. And these cells I can write in. Let's see. We still need a 1 and a 2, and then we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so these are a 1, 2 pair. For the column, which is quite cool. Okay, so this is not a 3, now that I've placed the 3. So I probably should look at this row, but before I look at the row, there's a 5, 9 pair, so that's an 8, which makes that a 6, which makes that a 7, and an 8 and a 7. So good stuff there all around. Let's see. I'm sure there are like a million different places I could look right now. Let me fill in these digits and see if anything leaps out. In this box, I need a 1. I've got a 2, 3, 4. I need a 5 and a 6. I've got a 7, 8, and I need a 9. This one definitely is not a 1. Okay, that wasn't it. Let's see. Eric points out 1 in box 1 is quite restricted. 1 in box 1 is only in one of these two places, I believe. I don't think I know which one yet. Oh, there's 6s in this row, Chad is pointing out for me. Thank you. So maybe that helps me get some sort of oople. I would like an oople, if that would be, if that is on the table as an option. If this is high, it's an 8. 8 is the only high digit that is available for this cell. And if it's low, it's a 1, because 1 is the only low digit. So this cell is only 1 or 8. Oh, there's a 5, 9 pair in row 7. That's going to be very helpful. Thank you, 57 Thorns. So that's a 1. There's also a 5, 6, 9 triple in the box. I don't know. I just was not paying attention to that, apparently. Okay, let's fill in this column. 1, 2, 3. We've got 4, 5, 6. We got a 7 and 8, and we need a 9. These are all necessary, and none of them look super helpful. Let's see. So, yeah, 1 in this box is just in one of this mess of places. How are my numbered rooms clues going? Okay, yeah, I know one of these is a 4. Or sorry, one of these is... Oh, one of these is a 5. That's the point. One of these 2 cells is a 5. Remember we said that before, because if not, Directionary points out, if these were a 4 and a 6, I would be putting both cells in this cell, and that's not going to work. So one of those 2 is a 5. So that means that's a 9 and a 5 and a 9. So these 2 aren't 9. Okay, so that's huge. Okay, that's going to do it, I think. So these 2 are not 9, which means this can't be a 3 anymore, because 3 and 7 don't whisper each other. So that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 1. That's a 3. The 2 there is in the 5th spot. The 3 is in the 4th spot. That's a 4 and a 5. These aren't 5 anymore. This isn't 9 anymore, so this is 9. This is a 6 or an 8. I don't think I know which one yet. We've got Playmaker in chat. Hey, Playmaker. These are 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6. We got a 7. We need an 8. That one's not a 1 or a 6. This is a 5 or an 8. Okay, this is a 4, 5, or a 7, and it's not a 5. So this is the 5. So this is a 4 or a 7. I don't know which yet. These 3 cells are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That one's not a 3. That one's not a 2. These 2 cells are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 4, 5. Don't know about that yet either. Let's see. Calzone says the 1 looks right in column 9. Ah, right. Beautiful. Okay, this 1, when we placed it, 1 over here is an 8. So that's a 7. Good spot to calzone. That 8 is going to make this a 2-3 pair, which is going to make this a 7, and the bet cell's a 2. Did anyone win with the bet cell? I hope we had some winner. Otherwise, don't worry. The prizes will carry over. Let's see. These digits are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I am laughing at Directionary saying in the chat that I can fill in the grid, which is probably approximately true. Okay, these cells are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's not a 5. Okay, this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. For whatever it's worth. So these are the remaining ones. These are a 3, which needs to go here, and an 8, which goes here. So that's a 6, and that's an 8. That 6 puts a 6 here. That 4, 5 pair makes that a 7 and a 4. Hey, Doomed Yacht, welcome back. I've been doing... off stream, I've been playing through the Studio Goya apps, the CTC apps that they came out with. This 5 Cs of the 4. And for a while to practice when I was doing those, I had turned off all the auto update, but I've been playing it with the auto update candidates, which just makes it into a fun little arcade game where like the last bits of a puzzle just basically happen for you because you just fill in cells that only have one candidate, and then that gives you more cells that only have one candidate, and then it just all sort of topples over. I think I've decided, after having done it both ways, that I think I do hope that Sven eventually implements all of these do the grunt work of the puzzle for you features on here. Although not necessarily for stream, because I don't know, it's fun having chat find all the naked singles and hidden singles and all of these sorts of things that I do not see immediately. But for solo solving, I think it certainly helps smooth out some of the less fun parts of the overall process. Okay, this 3 actually looks over and gives me a 2 and a 3. The 2 looks over here and gives me a 9 and a 2. Yeah, I'm almost through. I'm currently in the swan song stages. Like, I think I'm in the last 20 puzzles of the Arrow app is the one I've been doing. This I probably could figure out what it is if I tried really hard. 8, 7, 8. So these aren't 8. Let's see. 6, 7, 1, 5. There we go. That 9 looks over and sees this. That's going to do it. So that's a 4. 5, 4, 9. The 5 looks over, gives me a 1 and a 5. The 1 gives me a 6 and a 1. It's a 7 and a 6. Just absolutely lovely puzzle by you, Tallcat, and very fresh too. I don't think I guess I've encountered this whole the opposite cells can't sum to 10 business before, but not quite to the point where sort of like a puzzle was based around it. And the way the 3 7s played here, where these were both the same and could not both be 7, so they had to both be 3, that was just gorgeous. This is definitely one of the coolest puzzles I have seen in a while, and certainly one of the ones that feels most novel. Which is not always the goal, but this one felt very novel. Like, I did not see these things, or I did not see a lot of this stuff right away. It was very cool. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to do more puzzles. So look forward to more puzzles. The 5 in column 4, everyone notes and then misses. I can definitely see that, because you note it at a point where it doesn't do anything useful, but then you need it to finish up the puzzle. Alrighty, I'll be right back. And while I'm gone, go ahead and like the video if you have not yet liked the stream. And perhaps if you have other YouTube accounts, you can like the stream and then switch to one of your other YouTube accounts and then like the stream from there and get the algorithm excited. But I'll be right back. welcome back, everyone. Yes, I agree with Tallcat in chat. J40's puzzle was amazing. That was very cool to see. Alrighty, so coming back, and I'm going to do another of the most voted on puzzles. So far, no puzzle has gotten more than 4 votes. So if you have fancy windmill powers and you haven't used them, you might consider going to vote on which puzzles show up if you have any preferences. So you can voice your throw around your weight as a supporter and get something to show up. How many windmills are there? This is a Tristan question. Or you could look it up on the screen next time I go to break. Anyway, so this is an almost normal killer puzzle, but not quite normal. So the way a killer puzzle works is that you have a bunch of cages floating around in the grid, and the digits inside the cages sum to the total. So these digits sum to 27, the little total up here. And additionally, you usually have the rule, and here you have this rule, that you can't repeat digits. In here, I could not have the digit 9 twice, even though Sudoku-logically it would be fine to put the 9s here. But actually, you'll see even Sven has implemented, I did not realize this, but Sven has actually implemented the digits can't repeat inside cages rule. It shows it even in the thing. So awesome, Sven. Alrighty. The other rule for this one is that this is an S-cell puzzle. So normally you can't put 2 digits in one cell. In this puzzle, you can put 2 digits in one cell. So every row and column is going to have one S cell, which is going to contain 2 digits. Now, funnily enough, that's not the part that I think is going to be a pain in the ass for this puzzle. The part that I think is that 0 is one of the digits that you can put in things. And so everything you know about killer cages, suddenly there are double the number of ways to make a killer cage work, because you can always throw in a stray 0 somewhere. Okay, so we're going to try and keep track of where the various S cells are going to be. I'll find some fancy coloring way to do this, and we will we'll be off to the races. Let's go ahead and make a bet cell. So I will go ahead and put the bet cell here. So when you're betting in an S cell puzzle, you can make a single digit bet, in which case you win if this is that single digit, or if this is an S cell that contains that digit. So for example, if this turns out at the end of the puzzle to have both a 3 and a 6 in it, and you bet 3, or are Bremster, then you win. But if you want to be, if you want to go really, really wacky, you're welcome to bet that this is an S cell and what 2 digits are in it, and then you can really win big if you guess correctly that it is an S cell and what the 2 digits are. All right. So I should also say, by the way, the people who voted for this puzzle, so this puzzle is being done in honor of our supporters Ken, Woofers, David, and Luda. So we can do that. Okay. Chad is already pointing out that there is something going on that is interesting with these 2 7 cages. Have to be very, very careful with this because of the zeros. But normally, you could not make this work because the only way to do 7 and 3 would be as 1, 2, 4. And so if this was 1, 2, 4, then I could not do that. And yes, both S cell digits count towards the total of the cage. Yeah, I'd forgotten there was some killer puzzle that didn't do it that way, but I think that's the quote-unquote right way to do it, is that you just count both of them. So we get to do a whole bunch of variations on things that we would normally do. So the thing I want to start with is I want to start with what is the minimum that these digits could sum to? And the minimum that these digits could sum to, your first inclination, if you've done a lot of Sudoku, might be 15, but that's not actually true. The minimum is actually 10 because they could include a 0. But now together, all of these cells sum to 14. So that means that this cell can't contain any digits that are bigger than 4. And also, what if there were an S cell in here? Well, that would just break immediately. If there were an S cell in here, then what that would mean is that there actually are 6 digits, which would mean the sum of these digits was at least 15, but you can't have these sum to 15 because if I add a digit, I only get to 14. So I'm going to green these cells, I think, for the moment to indicate that these are not S cells. So I know there are no S cells in here. And also, I know that there's a 0 in there. Let's see. What digits do I know for sure are in here? Because I need the sum here to be... got to do this math all over again. There's got to be a 0, because otherwise these would sum to at least 15. Maybe that's all I actually know, because I could do... Yeah, yeah, that works out. Okay, I don't think I know there has to be a 1 in these cells for sure. The most ridiculous pencil mark I've ever seen. Okay. So the 15 cage again would be a very natural place to look in a normal killer puzzle, because it would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't actually know that now. But if there is an S cell in this 15 cage, then it has to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the digits in it. So that's an interesting thing to note. But I don't know that it's going to do anything for us in the immediate future. But this, I feel like this has to have been intended to be one of the first things you noticed. So I'm trying to figure out a way to do something like, it would be lovely, for example, to rule out the possibility that this is an S cell. If I could rule out this from being an S cell, that would then say there's an S cell down here, so it would rule out there being an S cell over here. But not quite. Okay, so... where are other places we can play the game of adding digits together? There's probably other places we can play the game of adding digits together if we wanted to. Let's see. Mavericks is interested in box 1. This 27 cage. By the way, this 8 cage is adorable. I have not said out loud, but I love the 8 cage. That is just a 1 cell 8 cage, but we don't actually know if it's an 8 or not. Because normally everyone makes fun of, correctly, 1 cell killer cages, but here it actually does something. What about these 5 cells? I actually kind of like looking at these 5 cells. So these 5 cells sum to... maybe this is not actually good. I was thinking, okay, these 5 cells need to be pretty small because I need to be able to add these 2 cells in here. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to batch together... I bet I'm supposed to batch together some of... I'm supposed to somehow incorporate what is the minimum this cell could be. Unfortunately, I feel like it could be a 1. Can't it be a 1? It could be a 1. Trying to... But it is interesting that this is a 3x3 collection of cells in a Sudoku that adds to a very, very small number. Where is 0 in box 1? I think it has to be with an S cell. Okay, so are we doing 27 plus 6? These sum to 33, so this cell sums to at most 12. But it is true that we want to have lots of high digits in here. Have we learned what Grockel's alt accounts are in Niverio from this? It was a great ending, too, Ken. You can go back and look at it in the VOD later, if you are so inclined. Like, the annoying thing is these two cells could sum to 24. Like, just these two cells together could sum to 24. So these, we just know, sum to at least 4. Okay, so are we looking at the sum of these cells to conclude something? Okay, so what is the sum here? So 27 plus 29 is 56, plus 18 is 66, 70. Okay, this is definitely, okay. This is definitely the right place to look. Okay, so let me do this carefully. Okay, so these two cells add to 56. 66 plus 8 is 74. So these cells in total add to 74. So that means these cells, because these cells add to at most 45, these cells add to at least 74 minus 45. 74 minus 45 is 29. Did I do that right? These add to at least 29? Yeah, that sounds right. Please tell me it's not 18. Okay. Or not 19 yet. 29. Okay, these three cells need to add to at least 29. I cannot do that without an S cell. So none of these are S cells. And none of these are S cells. Aha! Aha! Okay. So immediately that also tells me that there's an S cell down here in this box. So there's no S cells over here. And these add to at least 29. So yeah, one of them is an S cell, and they add to at least 29. Now, what's the absolute maximum that these could add to is 30. Oh, the absolute maximum these could add to is 30. So we know exactly what digits they are. They're 9, 8, 7, 5. That's the only way you can make 30 in 4 digits that don't have repeats. And so this is a 5, 7, 8, 9 triple or whatever. Yeah, 30 would be 6, 7, 8, 9, but these add up to 29. Oh, sorry, we don't know if they add up to 29 or 30. We just know they add up to at least 29. So we know that they add up to 29 or 30. That's a good point, Jay. So it could be 30 still, right? So it could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But anyway, these are from these digits. Okay. This digit can only be, I think, a 0 or a 1 in this universe, because we said here if, yeah, right. If I need these to total to either 44 or 45. So this cell could be a 0 or a 1, or it could be a 0, 1s cell. Whichever way that works. I don't think we have a huge reason to care. Oh, also 4 is not an S cell. I just never marked that. Okay, I feel like now I should be marking this digit, but I'm not sure that I can yet. Okay, this 0, 1 puts a lot of pressure on these 5 cells. Because now these 6 cells sum to a minimum of 15. So these sum to a minimum of 14. It's not quite as much pressure as I was hoping for, but it is some amount of pressure. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, Tremkel says the max the 25 cage can have in box 4. Right. Good point. Okay, so this 25 cage now doesn't have 7, 8, or 9 in it. So these digits are at most 6 and 4 and 3, which is 13, which means this cell needs to add up to at least 12 by itself. So this definitely is an S cell. Great spot to Tremkel, and I think a few other people in chat were doing that math while I was off looking at other things. So this is an S cell, so I'm going to denote that by making it purple. It sums to at least 12. These aren't S cells either. While we're DS selling things. These honestly sum to 9. I don't see any reason a cage can't have 2 S cells, unless it's in the rule somewhere. But I don't think the rules say a cage can't have 2 S cells. This cage can't have 2 S cells. Same box. Oh, same box. A box can't have more than 1 S cell because that would put 11 digits in it. Only in the sort of like irregular style puzzles where your regions have varying sizes can you get away with having more than 1 S cell in a region, or having fewer than 1 S cell in a region. In a standard 9x9 S cell puzzle, then every box has 1 S cell, just as a consequence of the rules. You're just amused that we live in a world where standard S cell puzzle is a thing. Neil, we did that puzzle. Naplu Ultra. You can go back. It is one of our puzzles of the week on the channel. If you look at it, I think it is the most recent one. Oh, Nell. Sorry, it's Nell. Sorry, apologies. Nell, we did that puzzle. But it is in the it's in the archive. Sorry about that. I did not. Only originally, I could not even tell that Tristan wrote two different words. So it. But I got there. Nell. Okay. All right. Is there anything we can do with this catastrophe? 7, 8, 9, box 6 in row 5. Okay, so the question is, where are we putting 7, 8, and 9? So I'm certainly not putting 7, 8, or 9 in these cells. And I can't... Could I put a 7 here? I think I could put a 7, 8, or a 9 here. No, I can't, because 7, 8, and 9 are in this triple, right? I should pencil mark this in a way that looks just completely absurd. But yeah, 7, 8, 9 here. So this is Directionary's point. 7, 8, 9 I know are in these cells. So they're not in these cells. They're not in the 7 cages. So 7, 8, and 9 are down here. So 7, 8, and 9 are in here. Which is going to be interesting because that means there's a 7, 8, or 9 in this 12 cell, or in this 12 cage, which means that these digits can't actually be all that big. I really want to say that means this can't be an S cell, but Oh yeah, it does mean this cell can't be an S cell, right? Because the 3 digits in these cells are from 7, 8, 9. That's the key point. I have 3 digits in these 2 cells, and I have 3 digits I have to put in there. I have to put 7, 8, and 9. So I absolutely cannot put two 7, 8, 9s there. So I can purple that. Good point to Doomed Yacht. I think was the first person I saw see it, but I bet other people understood this faster. So this is not an S cell. Okay, so so these are from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 4. Sorry, 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, unfortunately. Because it could be a 0, 5, and 7. That would be acceptable. So 57 Thorns says they believe this can't be a 0. If this is a 0, then I push a 0 up here. I don't think I immediately see why this can't be 0. Let's see. Bye, Playmaker. Sleep well. I will. This is a very cool puzzle so far. So oh, is the claim I can't put a 0 in this 25 cage? Because that would be interesting. Let's see. If this was... if this sums to 10, unfortunately, I don't think it's correct. I think this could be 0, 6, 4, for example. If this is 0, 6, 4, then I just need this to sum to 15, and it easily can, unfortunately. It's a very good idea, but I don't think I don't think it's a problem if I have to put a 0 in this cage. And naturally, I don't want to put a 0 in this cage, but I think I can, unfortunately. Now, it is interesting to ask, what if I don't use the other of 5 and 6? Can I get away with not using the other of 5 and 6 in here? In which case, this would be a maximum of 4, 3, 2, which is 9. Yeah, unfortunately, that's fine. Whatever is in row 5, column 6 must repeat in the other 7 cage. So it must be... Right. I need to have a repeat amongst these 6 cells, because if I don't have a repeat amongst these 6 cells, then they sum to at least 15, which is more than 2 times 7. So this digit does show up here. Okay, agree with that, from Chris and Garian. But yeah, I agree. If certainly, so whatever's here is in here. I believe that. I don't think it does anything yet, because this digit, or this could sum to 17 easily, I think. Is it possible that in conjunction with the 18 cage I can bound this? Because the maximum, no, 5, the maximum of the sum of 5 digits is 35. Oh, that's annoying. So I get absolutely no bound whatsoever from this 18 cage looking at this SL, is the punchline at the end of the day, I believe. 8, Niverio. 8 is the minimum sum of these digits. Because this could be, again, this could be an 8, 9. Unless someone sees a reason it cannot be an 8, 9, but I certainly do not see a reason it can't be. Can 1 in row 5 be in box 4? Issues with box 6? I don't see the issue. Can 0 be in row 5 of box 4? Let's see. If 0 is here, that might be a problem. If 0 is here, 0's up here, and so these 3 cells sum to at least 6. Whereas on the other hand, I know these sum to at least 10, so this cell sums to at most 4. All I know is these 3 cells sum to at most 9, I think is the answer. Okay. Great point from Garian. And I think this is what Niverio was getting at, but I certainly didn't. I was certainly much too dense to see it. Imagine a world where there's no digit in common between this Bajuba up here and this Bajuba over here. Well, if there's no digits in common between these 3 digits in the 7 cage go here, and 7 plus 8 plus 9 is only 24, not 25. So there has to be a digit in common between these two things, which means this cage needs to have a 5 or a 6 in it. And so I don't have a fantastic way to write that, but it's going to have massive consequences for the candidates in these cells. So this digit now can be at most 2, and then these are from 0, 1, 2, 5, 6. So very, very precarious. And I definitely need to have a 0 in this cage. So this is never a 0. Because if I don't put a 0 in it, it's going to sum to at least 8. And so the 0 in here now puts a 0 in the 25 cage as directionary notes, because I have a 0 in one of these 3 cells. Sorry, my corner-marked zeros are being confusing. These zeros are corner-marked for the box, but there's also a 0 in this cage, which is forcing a 0 here. Yes, and whatever of 1 and 2 is in here, it's also going to get pushed into here. So there's a 0 and there's a 1 or a 2 in here. So that means the absolute maximum that these 3 digits can sum to is if they are 0, 2, 6. The absolute maximum that these can sum to is 8. So actually they have to be 0, 2, 6. This is a 0, 2, 6 triple. Means there has to be a 2 in here, not a 1, and not a 5. This is an 8, 9 S cell. This isn't 8 or 9. There's no 6s up here. So these are a 5, 7, 8, 9 quad. 0, 2, 5 makes 7. 2 plus 6 is 8. Oh, thank you. Good point. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, so wait. Right. Okay, sorry. This is 0, 2, 6. That part was right. But then I got off the path slightly, because this is not the same as this. This has to have 0, 2, 5 in it. So, sorry. The 2 from this gets pushed into here. The 5 or 6 from this goes up here. That was the whole thing that we sort of set up. So, so this is 0, 2, 5. These are 5, 7, 8, 9. Means this cell sums to 1 for whatever ridiculous purpose you want to use that. This cell does have to be an 8, 9 now, because now these sum to 8, so I need this cell to sum to 17, so it's an 8, 9. So this is not 8 or 9. These aren't 5 anymore, because there's a 5 in the row that's locked in over there. And so now the 18 cage, as pointed out by Chris Palmer, the 18 cage is now a real 18 cage that doesn't have an 8 or a 9 in it. So it has to be 5, 6, 7. So this isn't a 6 either. So let's fill in these digits. So these digits are a 0, 1, 2, 3. And And then we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are all done. So this is not a 0 or a 2 for whatever it's worth. Okay, so it's interesting that means this digit in the 27 cage is at most 3, which certainly forces the S cell in here, because 3 plus 7, 8, 9 is only 26. Oh, crap. I forgot a 4. Too many digits. Okay, so now it's not true, right? 4... Wait. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this could be... this could just have 7, 8, 9 in it. Never mind. I mean, I know there's a 6 over here for what it's worth. Yeah, people are pointing out something about 6s, which is that 6 in row 5 I've actually pencil marked into oblivion. Because the 6 had to be up here, so the 6 isn't here. The 6 was forced out of here. 6 isn't in any of these. So this digit, surprisingly, is a 6, meaning that this is a 0-1 pair in order to make it add to 7. We're going to get rid of those. So these aren't 0. This is 0. These are not 0 or 1. Oh, that's right. We have a 6 dance. Digit dance! Come on, give them your best 6 dance. 6 dance. 6 dance. Thank you for your 60 dance, Mr. Zach. Okay, so now these sum to at least 5, so this is at most 7. So it is 7, and these do need to sum to 5, so they are 2, 3. This isn't a 7 anymore. Excellent. I'm glad you made it in time for Zach. Okay, so these two digits should be known. They need to be a 4 and a 6. So the 6 has to go here, and the 4 has to go here to finish off this row. I guess, yeah, the 8, 9 was a finished cell, but it's not really a digit, so it didn't get a dance. But maybe it should have. Maybe it needed its own version of the void dance. Okay, so these are a 1, 3, 4. For whatever that's worth. The 4 in here is interesting. Okay, so the key question is, where is 4 in box 3? And so 4 can't repeat in here. The given 4 does that. So we're supposed to do Sudoku here to notice that there's a 4 up here looking at this. So that's not a 4. Oh yeah, I can fill in these digits. That's probably worth doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 4. Zach may have been both dancing and not dancing at the same time. That is always a possibility. I'm going to guess we're going to rule out all the possibilities for this cage. without it having an S cell, but I could be wrong. But the ways of making 10 and 2 are so well known, it would be a very settery thing to do to make you need to use that in order to deduce that there's an S cell here. Okay, so these sum to at least 6, but that's not at all helpful because in fact they do sum to exactly 11. And there can still annoyingly be an S cell here, even with this 4. Calzone says, for whatever it's worth, you can't put a 9 in here now. That's good. So these digits sum to at least 6. So these digits sum to at least 5. So this digit is this cell sums to at most 6. It pains me slightly to be writing that in, but this cell sums to at most 6. Okay, so now where does the 9 go in row 3? Where's the 4? The 4 in row 3 is here, but it could be in an S cell, but there's definitely, I suppose I should corner mark this. There's definitely a 4 in this cell. The 9 is in one of these two places in this row. I don't think I know which one. Oh, the 29 cage already has a 9. Right. I did not notice that. The 29 cage already has a 9. I did not ever update my corner marks. The 29 cage has a 9. And so this can't be a 9. So this is a 9. Beautiful. Oh, sorry, but I don't know if it's an S cell or not, so I can just corner mark it. So I can just corner mark it. There we go. Okay. This cell has a 9. Right, and this also has an 8. So we could ask about 8 in this row. Unfortunately, I think 8 in this row has more optionality. So this can't be an 8. I could put an 8 in here if it's 0. So where are 8 and 9 in box 1? They aren't in any of these cells. So the 8 and 9 are in the 27 cage. And 8 plus 9 is 17. So the remaining digits in this cage need to sum to 10. Good point from Derek. I feel like if I make this an 8-0, that's going to break. So if I make this cage 8-0, now this is a 1, and now this is at least 2-3-5, which is 10. Annoyingly, this being 2-3-5 and then this being 1 is fine. So maybe it is actually okay. This constellation, I still feel like is going to do something. But that's not quite it. But that is and if it was to be 0-8, it would have to be 0 here and 8 here. Oh, right. Okay, so So I meant to do this and then I didn't, but Chris has now done it for me. These things all summed to 74, whereas these things sum to 29. So therefore, these cells sum to 45. Is that right? Did I remember this math correctly? If I did that correctly, then this is just a single 0, and therefore is green. Because this ended up being one lower than it could have been. So this needed to be one higher than it could have been. So I can't put any digit but 0 here. Or I will break the bank. I did not, whatever I did do the right thing. That's not 0. That's not 0. So yeah, this is a 0. Yeah, I was looking. So now I can look at 8 in row 8. So I was trying to look at 8 in row 8 and thinking it could just barely go in the 8 cage. But now it cannot go in the 8 cage. So now 8 in row 8 either has to go in an S cell here, or 8 goes in the 15 cage. And if I put an 8 in the 15 cage with a 4, those sum to 12. I need the other 3 digits to sum to... I'd need the other 3 digits to sum to 3, which they could as 0, 1, 2. So I still don't think I quite know, although I kind of suspect I'm placing an 8 here, but it could go in here still. Okay. If there's no 9 in this 26 cage, then it has to be exactly 8, 7, 6, 5. No, because sorry, I thought that was 5 digits, but that's only 4 digits. Never mind. Not enough digits. Okay, so this can't be 1, 9. It can't be 3, 7. It can't be 4, 6. If I did put an 8 here... Oh! It can't! I can't put an 8 here. I got it. If I put an 8 here, then that makes this an S cell and makes this 10 cage not have any S cells in it, and it's unfillable. Because look at this. If this is both an 8 and a 9... then I can't do 1, 9, 2, 8, 3, 7, or 4, 6. That's gorgeous. Okay, so this is not an S cell. This is just an ordinary... Sorry, I don't know it's not an S cell. I just know there's not an 8 in it, which tells me there is an 8 over in the 15 cage, surprisingly, which means that the digits in the 18 cage need to be, in fact, 8 plus 0, 1, 2. And since that is, in fact, exactly the right number of digits, there's no S cell in here. The 10 can be 3 digits, but not if I put an 8 here. Because if I put an 8 here, I also have a 9 here, which means I've put an S cell in the column. And so if I make this an S cell, the 10 is ordinary, because there's only one S cell in the column directionary. Yeah, these are not zeros. Oops. So yeah, so we can update, that is the 0. So there's a 0 up here somewhere. Okay. We might be able to get away with doing something similar with this 8 cage in a minute. The 8 cage can't be 0, 8. Can't be 1, 7, can't be 2, 6. The 8 cage might just be able to get away with being 3, 5. Oh, maybe it's not possible to do 8 and 3, because the 8 cage doesn't have a 0 in it. So if I wanted to do 8 and 3, I would need a 1, and I can't have a 1. Right, okay. So I was looking at this the wrong way. Uh, 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 the point is, if this was an S cell, I'd need to put 3 digits in here, and those 3 digits would be at least 3, 4, 5. So I can't put 2 digits in here. Sorry, I can't put 3 digits in here. Can only put 2 digits in here. And then I just examine the possibilities, and the only possibility is that this is 3, 5. Which is kind of what I started to do, and then I lost hope for humanity. So what is left in the row? I've got a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3. I need a 4, which I know is over here. I've got a 5. I need a 6. I need a 7. And then I've got a 9, which I know is over here. This is not the 7. So this is either just a 9 or it is a 6, 9. And so one of these two is a 7, which means this isn't a 7 for what it's worth. Yep, got there, Nicholas. If this was a 6, 9, then this would need to be a 2, 8, but that seems okay. 6 can't go in row 3, column 1 by box logic. Oh, yes. I had not appreciated this, so that is an excellent spot, Jaleb. 18, the 18 cage is 5, 6, 7. The 6 isn't here, so the 6 is up here. So this is not a 6. So yeah, so one of these two cells is the 6. 7 can't go in row 3, column 1. If this is a 4, 7, because of the math in row 4, column 12. Okay, so if this was a 4, 7, that would total 11. That would now be a 7. So these would be a 5, 8, 9. 5, 8, 9 is 22, plus 11 is 33. Right, okay, so this cannot have a 7 in it. It would make the cage total way too big. So this is an actual honest 4, is the point. Otherwise, this cage totals too much. That is the point. Oh, and so now by process of elimination, this is the S cell for the row. It does contain 6, 9, which now means this 10 cage is an honest 10 cage that has neither a 4, 6, a 3, 7, or a 1, 9 in it, so this is a 2, 8. And so this is a 3 and a 2. And now I can fill out this column. This column needs 0, 1. I've got a 2 and a 3 and a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9. Okay, so this is just 0, 1, 5 to finish up this thing. 5 can't go up here because there's a 5 in the box. Yep, so that is I think that is our correctly pencil marked who's a what's it. These are not S cells now. I just didn't mark it. Okay, so now there's a 2 in this 26 cage. Okay. Unfortunately, 2, 7, 8, 9. This isn't a 4. Unfortunately, 2, 7, 8, 9 is just enough to get to 26. But point being, okay, so let's do the low hanging fruit. As Jaleb points out, this 6 places a 7 here, which makes that a 5 and a 6. This removes 5 from here. So these sum to 7, 8, 9, 24, 28. I need a 1 here, and I cannot have a 0 with it, or I will overflow. I can't have a 0 with it, and I can't have anything else. There's no other way to sum to 1. So this is an honest 1. So this isn't a 1. And in fact, we can fill in what is in here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I know anything about any of these digits? Maybe not. I do know that this is a 3, thank you to Doomdiat. Okay, and I'm asked about 8 in box 2. 8 in box 2 is placed here by this 8. So this is a 2-8 pair, actually. Very smart to the many people in chat who saw that. Hey, Meme Rister. So these digits need to sum to 16, which they could do as 7, 9, or they could presumably do with an SL in many ways. I will force that later if I absolutely have to. Row 2, column 5. Oh, okay, let's fill in the rest of this box. So we still need a 0 and a 1. We've got a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6. We need a 7. Then we've got an 8 and a 9. So this is the 7 of that gang. So this is not a 7. I can get rid of these corner marked zeros. So there is a 7 up here somewhere. Oh wow, he solved this puzzle in less than half an hour. That's amazing. Where is 6? Okay, this is it. Where is 6 in box 3? 6 in box 3 is in the 26 cage. And I'm making these two digits, or I'm making these two cells sum to 16. So because they're forced to have a 6 in them, that means I need an S cell. So this is not an S cell, and these aren't S cells. One of these two is the S cell. Otherwise, this will not work. And so, therefore, this is an S cell. That's not an S cell. That's not an S cell. Therefore, this is an S cell. So now I need a 6 plus 2 digits that sum to 11. That can't be 5, 6. They could be 4, 7. They can't be 3, 8, and they can't be 2, 9. So I think this is a 4, 6, 7 triple. I think is the only way that works. So this is not a... this is not any of those. And this isn't the 4. So this cell is definitely a 4. And then the only question is this cell a 6, 7? That sum is wrong. Oh, no. Oh, it needs to sum to 10. I just did my math wrong. Okay, so I've got a 6. I need to make a sum to 10, but I can't use 4, 6, 2, 8. I can't use 1, 9, so I have to do 3, 7. And 6. Okay. So there isn't a 4 in here, so the 4 is here. And this is a 3, 6, 7 triple. So that lets me place that's a 2, that's an 8 and a 2. These aren't 2 or 8 or 3, actually. These are 5 and 9. So this is not 5 or 9 or 2. I can get rid of these annoying corner marks. Hopefully this works out if I sum this up. 14, 16, 16 plus 11 is 27, so that's a plus. These two digits are known. Let's see. We've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. So these are a 5, 9 pair to finish that off. Good, good. Okay, let's continue this column. So that's a 0. These aren't 0 or 2. That's not a 0 either. Do I have anything looking down here that's helpful? So this is not 0, 9, 1, 8. I think this can be 2, 7. I think it can be 2, 7, 3, 6, or 4, 5. No, it can't be 3, 6. It can't be 3, 6 because the 3 in this column is in one of these two cells. So I think this is only 2, 7, or 4, 5. We have a donation from David Ratner who says, for continuously amazing setters, chat, banter, streams, puzzles, and the all-around wonderful one-of-a-kind community every day, week, and month. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate the $25 super chat. Greatly appreciated. And I agree, this community has just been absolutely great for me. I'm really happy that I've gotten to be a part of all of this. It's very cool. Let's see. Let's fill in these digits. 7, 8, 9, 3. So, and your continuous support of the channel is very much appreciated, David. Cannot thank you enough for all that you do around here. Okay, 8 and 9. Well, the 8's over here. The 9, I guess I know, is in one of these two cells. So one of these two cells has a 9 in it, just by Sudoku. See, I'm being told this 6 cage needs a 1. So let's try and prove that. So if it doesn't have a 1, then it would need to be something like a 0, 2, 4, but I can't use a 4. Okay, so let's do all the ways that have a 0 first. If this has a 0 in it, it can't be 0, 6. Could it be 0, 1, 5? Well, that would have a 1. Could it be 0, 2, 4? No, the 4 is done. Okay, so if the 6 cage doesn't have a 0 in it, then if it has no S cell, it would have to be 1, 5, which has a 1. Or it could be 1, 2, 3 if it has thing. So I think we've tried all the cases. God, why do I feel like we missed one? I think we tried all the 0 cases. Yeah, and so it could be 1, 5 or 1, 2, 3. And it could have a 0 with the 1, 5 or whatever. except it can't because we just argued there's always a 1 in here. That's kind of painful. I'm guessing that's probably not the intended deduction, but I'll take it. So that's not a 1, so that's a 2-8 pair, so that is a 1. And then the 1-5 with either a 0 or not. Let's see. It was a cool enough claim that I found the desire to do the proof by cases, even though I would not normally want to. But it was a cool enough claim that I was willing to do it. Well, now there's a 0 in the column, so now it can't have a 0 in it. There wasn't a 0 in the column when we were proving that there was a 1 in this cage. Now, granted, we could have used that. We could have used that there couldn't be both a 0 and a 1. But I don't think it would have greatly changed the world. But you're right. Now there's not a 0. So we can, if you want, we can pencil mark these digits as coming from 1, 2, 3, 5. Well, it can still contain a 0, the 24 cage. Although the places it could contain a 0 are quite limited for what it's worth. Yeah, the zeros are always the... if you're doing any sort of addition-based S-cell puzzle, the zeros are a real nightmare. I know one of these is a 9, but I don't know much about the world to make much decision. Okay, so let's write out the ways to make 8, per Nicholas's suggestion. So I could make 8 as 8. I can't make 8 as 0, 8. I can't make it as 1, 7. I could do it as 2, 6. And I can't do it as 3, 5, because 3, 5, Nicholas pointed out, would break the 6 cage, because the 6 cage is either 1, 2, 3 or 1, 5. I feel like we're now really leaning on this deduction that was heinous, that I think probably we're not supposed to, but whatever. Anyway, so we've got this. So this is either 8 or it is 2, 6. Those are the options. It was a very cute spot that 3, 5 would break the 6 cage. So the point of all of this is that one of these two cells is a 2, so there's no 2s in the periphery, because either this is an 8, in which case that's a 2, or this is a 2, 6, in which case it's a 2. So these aren't 7. So these aren't 4. This is 4. That's 1. These aren't 3. Okay, the bet cell now has lots of digits looking at it. So it's not 0. It could be 1 or 2. No, it can't be 2. Because of the previously mentioned fact that 2 is these. 2 is in one of these two cells. Could maybe be 3. Oh, also there's a 2 in the column. It can't be 4 or 5 or 6. It could be 7. Can't be 8 because of the box. And maybe it could be 9. Okay, there were more options for this than I had thought there were going to be, but... yes, this is not a 5 because of the 4-5 pair there. Which gives us something that looks like a 1-3 pair and is a 1-3 pair. Right. This is a 1-3 pair, and this can no longer be an S cell, because if it were an S cell, it would need to be both 1 and 3, and it can't be both. So now the bet cell's down to being 7 or 9 or a 7-9 pair. So this digit's never a 3 if we want to maximally update our pencil marks. Wait, maybe it could be. Never mind. Sorry. What is this digit never? This digit is never... Oh, maybe I don't actually have any eliminations yet. Okay, these digits are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could be 6, 7. They can't be 8 because there's always either an 8 here or an 8 here. And they could be 9. So these are only from 6, 7, 9. That one's not a 7. I think this one's okay still. Not a 9 either. Look up column 5. Oh, yes, sorry. This one's not a... Sorry, I was looking at this one. This one's not a 9 because there's a 9 above it. So this is a 6. So this isn't a 6. And now, as stated, these two are not S cells because there's only 2 digits for them, which means this has to be the S cell, which means it is a 2-6, which means that this is an 8 and this is a 2. The 2-6 looks up at this and makes that a 5 and that a 2. What did I do? C6. Oh, I just didn't mark any of this for candidates correctly. Okay. That is a good point. Okay. Row 9 is missing a 0. Okay. Sadly, that was going to be a very cool deduction, but it's completely wrong. 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still need a 6. We need a 7. We've got an 8 between one of those two cells. We need a 9. This is not 9 or 7. This is 0 or 6. This is... I'm confused. I feel like I saw digits over here before, but maybe I didn't. 9 in column 9 is placed. Ah, yes. This 9 looks over here and says that's not a 9. Wait, why isn't this a 9? Do I have to do math to show that this isn't a 9, Garion? Why can't row 9, column 5 be 0, 3, 6? There's a 1, 3 pair in the row. Oh, look at where this goes in box 6. No, look at where it goes in box 9 if it's a 9. Okay. If this was a 9, it would not go in any of those places, or those places, of course, or there. It would go in one of these two. Oh, sorry. It would go here. So if this is a 9, this is a 9. Oh, which breaks this 5-9 pair? Nuts. Wow. Good spot. Utterly insane, but good spot. Yes. So if this was a 9, if you chase it through, then this is a 9, and then there's no place to put a 9 in this 5-9 pair. Okay, so this isn't a 9, and in particular, that lets us place the 9 in the column. So that is a 2 and a 5. So that's an 8 and a 2. So now this 6 cage doesn't have a 2 in it, so it's real. So this is not real. These are real. So this is a 1-5 pair, and it must be that that's the 1 and that's the 5. The 1 here gives us this 3 and this 1. Okay. If this doesn't have a 3 in it, does that break this 24 cage? Because then this would already sum to 15. I would need these 4 cells to sum to 9 without using a 1. Which I bet breaks if I squint hard enough. Nicholas completely correctly points out there has to be an 8 here because, in fact... oh. Maybe I should look at it this way. This 3, 7, and 8 are definitely in this cage, regardless, because 3, 7, and 8 are needed to finish the column. So that 3, 7, 8, it sums... and this isn't an 8, by the way. This sums to 18, so I need these 3 cells to sum to 6. Which means they can't have an S cell, because there's already a 1 in the box. So these are green. That's an S cell. And so these have to be 0, 2, 4 in order to sum to 6. That is the only way that's going to work. These aren't the 2, so that's the 2. This is now just an ordinary 8. So that's a 2 and an 8. This is an S cell. This is not an S cell. This isn't an S cell. And this is an S cell. This isn't a 0 anymore. So where's 0 in row 9? 0 in row 9 now only goes here. So that's a 1 and that's a 0. This isn't a 1 anymore. This isn't a 0 anymore. Oh, yeah, these aren't 8, because I know there's an 8 in here. What can this be? It's not 0, 1, 2. Could be 3. It's not 4 or 5. It could be 6. Could be 7. It's not 8. Could be 9. No, sorry, it can't be 9. There's a 9 looking at it directly across the row. So I think this is only 3, 6, or 7. So yeah, so the 9 here is now in the S cell for sure. So this isn't a 9. So this is a 9 because we've got a weird looking 3, 7, 8 triple. Weird looking 3, 6, 7 triple. So the bet cell is a 7. Congratulations if you bet 7. These digits, let's go ahead and fill in. They are 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 0. I should remember the 0 this time. 4, 5, 6, 7. These two aren't 2. These two aren't 0. Oh, that 4 looks down and disambiguates this 4 and 5 and has since I entered the 4 and 5. This is a 2, 6, 7 triple, so this isn't a 7. Sorry, isn't a 7. This is an 8 or a 9. Oh, but there's an 8 in the S cell, so this isn't an 8 either. It's a 9. So this S cell is a 7, 8 S cell. That 7, 8 looks down and says those aren't 7. The 5 looks up here and disambiguates the 9 and the 5. Finishes box 1. Okay. Just making sure I have not missed anything in my pencil marking here. 7 in row 9. Yes, this is not a 7. Good, so this is a 6 or a 9, so this is not a 6, which gives us a 3, 7 pair, which looks that way and says that's not a 7, which says this is a 7. Good spot by Garion. Oh yeah, and now the 9 is just outright placed. This is definitely a 9. So this probably can't be a 7, because there is a 9 in here. There's no zeros in this cage, so there is a 9. If this were a 9 and a 7, I would need 2 digits that summed to 1 without using a 0. That's not possible. So this is a 3, and that's a 7. So this is not a 7. It's a 3, 8. So this is a 7. So that's not a 7. It's a 3. Oh, and it's not a 6 either. It just is, sorry, it's not a 6 either. It just is a 3. So this is, oops, bad pencil marking. So this is just a 6, 7. So now a 3 and a 9 sum to 12. So the remaining digits in here need to sum to 5 without using a 0 and without using a 2. So I have to use 1, 4. So these are from 1, 4, 9. This one I know is not the 9. This one's not a 1. So this is a 4, 9. That's a 1. So that's a 5 and a 1. This isn't a 1 or a 4. So it is a 5 and a 4. And a 3 and a 5. Let's see. 0, 1, 2. We need a 3, which has to go here. 5, and we need a 6, which is going to have to go there. So that's a 2 and a 6 and a 2. So these aren't 2. Well, I guess I should just say that's not 2. The 4 here looks right and gives me a 0 and a 4 and a 6 and a 0. And that is Perturbation Theory by KNT. Very nice. I think we cheated a little bit over here, and then I worry a little bit that we then maybe missed some cool logic because we then used that in a way which was also cool. I think our solve was very cool, but I suspect we might have shortcutted a bit of cool logic in the middle there. Great puzzle, though. Very fun. I liked that a lot. Even if my precious cells in this row never did anything. So, all very cool. Okay, KNT says we did not shortcut anything, so anything important. So, very cool then. Awesome puzzle. I really enjoyed that. Good job voting on this to all of you who voted for this puzzle. So it's like, I don't like look ahead. But then when people in chat see a really cool look ahead like this one, with this 5-9 business, it's just too cool not to use it because I appreciate it and I think it's cool when people see it. I just don't like finding it. But when chat finds it for me, I'm going to use it, basically. Oh, interesting. KNT says we didn't do the break-in the way they intended. Fascinating. I'll look forward to a description of that later, although apologies to all of the setters out there who send me an elaborate message the day after I do a puzzle explaining the intended logic of their puzzle, because usually by the time I get to that, I have done 7 other puzzles, and then I look at it and I go, what was the puzzle again? Was that the one with the whispers in the numbered rooms or something? I don't quite remember, and then it doesn't quite work. But anyway, I am going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to do more puzzles. So look forward to that. I will see you all very shortly. Thank you very much to all of our patrons and YouTube members, all of you who support us in various ways. Thank you for liking the video. If you haven't liked the video, then go ahead and like the video, and I will retroactively thank you for liking the video. And I will see you all very soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to start doing... so, long ago, in a galaxy far... Dang it, light. You go back to blue. No. No. Blue. Okay, one moment. The lights are being especially egregious. Well, let me see if I can kick them. Okay, Tristan's going to take care of it. Oh, this is the puzzle Jovial removed from LMD? I did not know that. Should I not do this puzzle? I knew as soon as it was posted I was going to do the sequel, and I know there's a part 3 now. Tristan, that did not do anything. Yeah, the previous version of this had a very short rule set as well, so I figured it would be enjoyable. Okay, so how does a frame chaos construction puzzle work? So first of all, chaos construction means I need to draw in the regions. I'm going to, by the way, restart the timer so that it doesn't say we've been working on this for years already. So I need to build regions. And so I could, for example, build the usual regions, but I could build 9-cell regions that look more exotic, like something like that. That would be a 10-cell region. That's not a good idea. I could build 9-cell regions that look more exotic, like I could have this question mark region, for example. That is acceptable. Yes, Jovial is elegance personified as a setter, so it is not at all surprising, I think, that Jovi made a chaos construction where the rules are short. All right. And so we need to make the regions. And so the clues we get on the outside tell us the sum up to the first region border. So if, say, let's just pretend that this was the region. Then this would be saying the sum of these 3 cells is 16, the sum of these 3 cells is 9, the sum of these 3 cells is 10. I can now confirm for you that the puzzle will not have the 3 usual regions. A lot of chaos constructions, it works out that the regions are the usual 3x3, but that will not be the case this time. Okay, so that is the rule set. So I guess we have to start with the fact that this 30 clue needs to be at least 4 cells long. So I'm going to use a color here to denote these are all in the same region. Now, the 18, certainly, yeah, my thing I noticed was that it would say that these, so how did I know it wasn't going to be 3x3s? These 6 cells would sum to 19, but without S cells, 6 cells always sum to at least 21. 18 needs to be at least these cells. Now, here's another point. The 17 can't go with the 30. So the 17 has to be a new region, because otherwise the 17 and the 30 would add to 47, and that's too many. So the 17 is a different region. It's at least these 2 cells. So there's a border there. Likewise, the 25 definitely cannot join into the 30, because then the... wait, maybe... Sorry, no, I don't think I justified that well. I'm almost positive it's true, but I have to think about this more to justify that this 25 can't also be part of the 30. Because this would be... If this was a 9, these would sum to 21, and these would sum to 16. 21 plus 16 is 37, plus 9 is 46. Is 1 too many? Oh, plus these. Okay, yeah, so there's no way this is possibly the same. Yes, so what I'm doing here is figuring out what is the total of the region if I do put the 25 in the region. And the reason why it's complicated, it's not just 25 plus 30, it's 25 plus 30 minus whatever this cell is. But 25 plus 30 minus 9 is still too many. So this is a different region. And it's certainly not yellow. So we'll go ahead and make this region purple. And I can't do 25 in fewer than 4 cells, so we'll go ahead and put purple there. Okay. Now, this 22 clue is at least 3, and then the 14 clue is at least 2. Okay, maybe that's not... Oh, okay, and then the 23 clue is at least how many? 1, 2, 3... So, okay, so this is all forced, and I'm going to justify why this is a different region. As of yet, it's not clear that this region can't be purple, but it actually can't be purple, because if it was purple, then it would join, and this would be way too many cells. So I've got this going on, this J shape. Long may it rain. 14 plus 23 is what? 14 plus 23 is 37, which means that the remaining cells in this region sum to at most 8. So, for example, this could just be an 8, but don't know. Let's see. Now I think it's Ambrose in chat is most loudly advocating for this. Maybe Alima. Several people are pointing this out. But this 25 is beautifully placed because whatever this clue does, if this was purple, I would create a region down here that is unfillable. And so this can't be purple. Ooh, congrats, Alima, for the Simon feature. That's awesome. Okay, so this can't be purple because if it was, it would create a region over here, which is either 16 cells or 15 cells if the purple went there. But that doesn't work because this would need to be 2 9-cell regions. And 2 9-cell regions adds to fewer cells than that. Or sorry, adds to more cells than would fit. So this is a different region over here. And it's definitely not green because that would already be 9 cells and I'd need a cell to connect them. So this is some other region. Now, 20 plus 25 is 40. So whatever this is, this region takes up the entire rest of the column. Now, this region can't be red. Well, sorry. I don't know the region does this. I just know that the 2 regions together take up this whole business. Oh, I said 20. I meant 45. 20 plus 25. So all the cells in this column are in 2 regions, is the point. And there's no way that purple is involved. So purple ends here. This is a border. Let's see. Afraid not had a point, I am told. Look at both column 1 clues together. Oh, hey. Very smart. Okay, so the trick we were trying to apply here, somewhat helpfully, is incredibly useful here. Because here, the blue and the green in this column have to add to 44. And so the things that aren't blue and green have to add to 1. So that means that the green here has to continue up, and this digit has to be a 1. And we will do the 1 dance. So, 1 dance. The 1 dance is very vertical, you see. Tallcat has been very carefully writing down the choreography of each of Zach's digit dances to help future digit dancing penguins and other creatures do the correct dances for each digit. So I'm sure Tallcat has recorded the 1 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for the 1 dance. Uh, yeah, Jovi. As soon as I did the first of these, you published the second one, and I put it in the bucket. And then I was like, well, I don't want to do it too soon after I did the previous one, so I didn't. But then, well, things get lost at the bottom of the bucket, and so I finally pulled this one out. That is the short version of how this story happened. Okay, so these sum to 30, so they have to be 6, 7, 8, 9. These sum to not 30, so they have to be 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, 8, 9. 5, 8, 9 annoyingly is 22. Absolutely, Jovi. And I know there's a third in this series, so I look forward to doing that at some point. It's a very cool rule set. Okay. All right, these purple cells are 7, 8, 9. Thank you from Nicholas, saw that. That was very, very well spotted. Let's see. Green only gets one more cell is one thing I am looking at here. But I don't think I know which cell it is yet. Oh, there's an interesting... Okay, in row 9, J. Dyer spots 21 plus 22 is 43, which means the nuns, or the cells that aren't green, or whatever color this is, we'll choose a color for it in a second. Vote now in chat for what color you want this to be. The cells that aren't these add to 2. So I guess there's two possibilities, actually. This could be red. And then this could be the 2. Oh, it is. It is, because green already has a... Wait, no. Green already has a 2. Yeah, could be green. Okay, so I don't quite know yet, because if... Okay, so if this is... Let's imagine this is red, and it goes all the way over to here, and then this is the 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. This could be the 9th cell. I do love Zachtronics stuff. Zachtronics stuff is great. Okay, so I'm not quite sure, but Jay is definitely right that there are only 3 regions in this row, and one of them contains a single 2, and it's not there. Okay, so Jay is pointing out that the 22 doesn't have to grow, the 23 doesn't have to grow, but one of them has to grow. Because the only way that I could make the 22 work is as 5, 8, 9, and the only way I could make the 23 work is as 6, 8, 9, and I only get 1, 8 and 1, 9 in green. And so either this cell or this cell is green. One of these 2 cells is green, and that means that every other border of green is real. So these all... oh, and don't worry, I won't forget to go around the sides this time. Every other one of these does that. Okay. So now, there definitely is a region that's coming up out here, but I don't know if that region is purple. I know, actually, these 4 cells I know are all in a region, don't I? I just don't know if that region is red or not. But these 4 cells are all in the same region. Because if they weren't, then the 2 would already have happened, and there'd be too many regions in the row, and it would just be a disaster for everyone involved. Let's see. Okay, so Afraid Not's math is working out differently than mine, which probably means mine is wrong. Because this still works to... So Afraid Not is claiming this does not work for red. I'm trying to double check why. So 25 plus 13 would be 38. So I would need these over here. If this is 38, I would need these over here to sum to 7. So they would have to be 1, 2, 4. And that doesn't work because the 2 needs to be elsewhere in the row. Wow. Okay. So I'll go over Afraid Not's argument very carefully. So if this region over here is red, I know that the 13 needs to be at least 2 cells. And so now red is 9 cells. It is done. And so now I know the sum of this part. The sum of these 6 cells is 25 plus 13. That is, it is 38. And so these 3 cells over here, they need to sum to 7, which is 1, 2, 4, which would be fine, except we know where the 2 in this row goes, namely it goes in the middle region. Okay, that's a hell of a deduction. Well spotted to our favorite Not in the chat. Okay, so that is going to finish up all of that. So that tells us what these digits are. These are 6, 8, 9. Sorry, 6, 8, 9, which means this is a 7. These aren't 7. We do know this region turns up, whatever it is. So we know that this isn't red. This goes this way. I know that all of this is red or purple. This can't be part of a new region. It's all red or purple, but who knows? Let's see. I bet I could do some of it. So what if this cell was purple? If this cell was purple, then these would all have to be purple. And now these would all have to be purple because they would be able to be nothing else. And then purple would have size, it looks like 11. That's much too big. So this cell can't be purple. This cell is red. What about this cell? If this cell was purple, it would force all of these to be purple. And again, the same way. That's still 10, so this cell is red. Oh yeah, Jay, we know this isn't red. This is a new region. It just doesn't have a color yet. But there's a border here. Let's see. Okay, so now red, let's see. How far could red possibly go? Red goes, red has 6 cells, 7, 8. Okay, so red goes at most this far, because red can't take any of this. Oh, sorry. Jay was pointing out exactly the argument I was just explaining, which is that, no, Jay was saying the thing I was explaining, which is that this can't be red, because if it was red, red would get all of it. And now red is too big. So now this part is purple, and I can delinify this. Not that. That needs to stay linified. Oops. Oh, speaking of, bet cell. Let's make that the bet cell. You've got more information for this puzzle than you usually do before you have to pick a bet cell. Okay, so these 2 digits, we know what they are. They are a 1 and a 7. And so these sum to 8, which means these 2 need to sum to 22 minus 8, which is 14. So they could be 9 and 5. They can't be 8 and 6, so they are 9 and 5. So these aren't 5. These aren't 9. These are a 1, 7 pair. This I know is a 2, even though I never actually wrote it into the grid. Probably should go ahead and give this a color. Do I want to give this a color? Yeah, I think so. It could be orange. Okay. Excellent point from Sayori. 17 and 2 cells would have to be 8, 9, and it can't be because that cell's 8 or 9, so yellow grows. So blue goes down like that. I'll go ahead and loop that in, loop that over there. Not sure that it immediately helps, but it probably will. 12 plus 25 is 37. So I need 8 points of outies in this row. I can't get to 8 in 1 because the 8 is gone, and I can't get to 8 in 3 because the 1 is gone. So these are both part of the same region. And then there's a border here, and then these 3 are part of the same region. So this row, we know exactly what it looks like. These 3 summing to 12, then these 2 summing to 8. Let's see. Oh, right. These 2 sum to 8, but we don't know that they're... Sorry. I don't know that these 2 are connected. Garian is correct. These 2 cells sum to 8, and so they're either 2, 6 or 3, 5, but I don't know that they're part of the same region. They could be different regions. This part, though, is good. I know there's 2 cells that sum to 8 in here, and then 3 cells that are part of the 12. So that part is good. Okay. Afraid Not is reminding me of the fact from long ago that red in whatever region is up here block off the world over here. It's probably going to mean this is going to have to be... Might mean this is going to have to be yellow. Seems likely this is going to have to be yellow. So we do have 5 regions over here. So yeah, if this were a 6th region, then we would need to have a bunch of sticky outie bits. Let's see. Okay, so okay, let's see. I'm curious. People are saying that red has to take this cell. I can get to... Hey, Kay, welcome. I can get to... That's right. You're Mr. Menace, aren't you? Yeah, I don't think I see why red has to go up. I was looking at... So these things are all part of one universe. Or, sorry, 2 regions. And so if this were some other region, let's just imagine this is part of the black region, which is new. What does that mean? That means that I need to get out in these 5 columns. I have now the regions that I have over here. There's already 5 of them. And so I need to get out at least 4 cells out of these. And the point is, even though this cell could be red, this cell can't be red. And so red can only possibly take 3 cells over here, not 4. So I think through an argument that I don't feel super... I don't feel great about, I think this is going to have to be yellow. Is the upshot of all of that. If you make 20 and 5, Okay. There we go. Liz has an argument I like much better than mine, which is, can yellow and blue live entirely in this 4x4 region? And now that I see this, I now think someone else in chat was arguing this before. And I didn't understand it. But it's being pointed out, blue or yellow has to make it into this column because this is only 16 cells. Yeah, Afraid Not, I think, was trying to make this argument, and I just didn't understand it. But this is much, much, much easier than the argument I was trying to make, which was to consider the whole thing. Okay. Either way, that means that definitely the 20 is yellow or blue, and there's no world in which it's blue because it would require that blue make it up to here, which is way too many cells. So it's yellow. So this is all yellow. So we've got that. Needs to be at least 3 cells for the 20. Can stripe in some stuff over here. We should probably count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yellow's up to 8. So now this cell, which is definitely yellow or red, has to be red, which Nicholas has been clamoring for some time. So this cell is now red because yellow can't get to it, and it has to be yellow or red. Okay. And every cell in here that is not... well, I guess technically... Let's see. Red is a... Okay. So now one consequence of this is that now actually there is a line to the right of all of this. So this is basically from the argument I was making before. Because this cell is yellow or red, only cells that are yellow, red, blue, and purple can make it into this set of 5 times 9 is 45 cells. And so they have to fill them because that is 45 cells worth. So we do get a hard border here going straight down the grid. Making Garian's point that this doesn't go here correct. So now, if red doesn't come here, how many cells is this? Okay, this is... Let's see, this is... oh, but purple can come up. Dang it, purple. Does purple have to come up? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, purple could take these two and not come up. But I think the point is that this is 20 cells in this little region. So 2 of these cells have to be purple or red. I don't think I know which 2 have to be purple or red, though. Okay. SPQ has a beautiful way to see it, which is that blue can't take this cell. If blue takes this cell, then what I just said breaks. Purple and red no longer are able to take 2 cells up in this little segment. So this is not blue. Beautifully said to SPQ there. So blue comes up here. Okay. So now that we have that, now we look back at our frame clue. Hey, Mohammed, welcome. So now this needs to be 18. So these 2 cells need to sum to at least 9, but the only thing available is 4, 5 to make that happen. So this is 4, 5. That's 9. I need to turn off the thingy. Conflict checker. These are 9. Okay. So that is all cool. Yeah, the menu looks much slicker now. Do I know what this 12 has to be if I know it doesn't have a 1, 7, 8, or 9 in it? Like, what is 6, 5, 4? Or, like, do I know any digits that have to be in it? It feels like it should be forced, but who knows? The 9 was conflicting because this was made a while ago, back when if you imported something with no regions from FPuzzles into CTC, everything would flash as a conflict as soon as you put in 2 things. I think it doesn't do that with the newer exported ones, but this is a puzzle slightly older. So 3, 4, 5, or 2, 4, 6 is the answer, says Ken. I don't think it does anymore, but I don't make any promises. But I think Sven did something. Well, let's see. Why don't I fill in what these digits are? That seems like a good idea. These are not 1, 2. They are 3, 4. They're not 5. Could be 6. They're not 7. And they could be 8. So this is a 3, 4, 6, 8 triple. Okay. What is it? That's right. These 2 add to 8. That is a worthwhile thing to remember. Oh, wow. Okay, that is a beautiful point, afraid not. This 14 can't be orange, because if it was, I love that, these 8 cells would sum to 35, which would mean the remaining cell, the 9th cell in orange, would have to contain a 10, which is not going to work. So beautifully spotted. So orange needs to grow up. Sorry, I did something wrong there. The 14 clue is at least 2 cells. I don't know that it has to be that. I'm going to have a second yellow region because yellow's up there. I don't think it's going to play with this. So I should make this blue. If I'm going to have a second region of something, it should be blue because I know blue's not even going to touch anything over here. Oh, wait. I think Garion might have a point, which is unfortunate. I mean, it's not unfortunate that Garion has a point, but I think Garion might have broken Afraid Not's point, which is that if this was a 5-9, I think it could be orange, because then we would be making 35 in 7, and then the other 2 thingy. So yeah, sorry. It was an awesome point that's not true. But don't let that take away from how awesome the point was. Let's see. I know orange can't go very high up this column. Let's see. I'm going to just fill in the... That was not what I wanted. I am going to fill in the candidates here. These are 2, 6, or 3, 5. That one's not a 2. That one's not a 6. Because I know these 2 add to 6. It's not a 2 because there's already a 2 in red, by the way, if you're curious. They add to 8, right? That's what I filled in. 2, 6, 3, 5. Those are the only ways to make 8 that don't use 1. Did I say the wrong digit out loud? No, they add to 8. I filled in the ways to add to 8 and then said 6, apparently. Let's see. How many cells does blue have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, sadly, even if blue comes here, there's still a cell for blue and everything would all work out fine. Well, it's what you always tell the students, right? You're going to be tested on what I meant, not what I said. Let's see. This is a 17, and appears to be a 17 in the column already. Do you think that's significant? Hey, Chip, welcome. Yeah, there's always a 4 on the 12 clue for multiple reasons. So Garion is saying that row 5, column 4 has to be in the 17 clue in column 2. Because wherever this digit is, okay, this is true. And if I ask where this digit goes in column 2, it's not allowed to repeat in purple. And these aren't 8, 9. So there is an 8 or 9 in here. I agree. I think Alima is currently off watching their feature. But Alima was here when their feature dropped, and they were very excited to get a feature, which is always awesome. So they're excitedly and deservedly off watching said feature. I don't think I can possibly say anything about how the 17 and the 12 or the 12 and the 10 play together. And I guess I can say one of these is the same, maybe. The other of 1 and 7 is in there. Okay. Right. So 1 and 7 are both in purple. So there's a 1 or a 7 and an 8 or a 9. Okay, so that is very interesting. Okay, so that I think actually starts to look a little bit forced. So what if I use the 1? Well, if I use the 1 and the 8, then I need a 9, but I can't have it. If I use the 1 and the 9, then I need a 7, but I can't have it. So I can't use the 1 in here. So actually, this is a 7 and that's a 1. Beautiful spot. Teamwork between @11 and Gary in there. So no? Did I do that wrong? The 1 is in there, not the 7. What did I do wrong? Okay, if I put a 1 in here with an 8, then what do I need to get to 17? Then I need another 8. So that's not going to work. Oh, I did this math wrong, didn't I? If I put a 1 with a 9, then I need a 7. But I can't do that either. Oh. I argued completely correctly, or partially correctly. I just argued you can't put a 1 in here and then said, therefore, this is a 7. Okay. That sounds very me. Okay. So there is a 7 in here, as well as an 8 or a 9. So can we work out what it has to be? So 7 and 9 doesn't work, because 7 and 9 you need a 1. So this is 7, 8, 2 is the upshot, I believe. Which means that this is a 9 and that's an 8. And these digits I can fill in. They are, let's see, 1, 2, we need a 3, 4, 5, 6. I got a 7, 8, and a 9. Yep, these are 3, 4, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Uh, yeah, I guess it's we have not really looked at the top right corner, and we really should possibly. Uh, n- Anything I start up here can't possibly be any of the other regions. So we're gonna start with green. If I start just up here and there, this has to go there. Unfortunately, I don't even know uh, much about this. I just sort of get this constellation, I think. If this if the 16 were in 2, it would have to be 7, 9 exactly. Uh, oh, okay. Garion has a good point, which is that now the 20 and 25 clue have become more interesting, because the 2, 7, 8 in column 5 are part of this red clue. And so 2, 7, 8, what is the sum of 2, 7, and 8? 2, 7, and 8 sum to 17. So the remaining digits here need to sum to 8. So there's a 2, 7, 8 inside red, and then some digits that sum to 8. Could that be 3 digits that sum to 8? So could this be 2, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4? I fear that it could be 2, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4. It can't be. You can't use an 8, so there's always at least 2 digits. But that we already know. Yeah. And so it's either 1, 3, 4 or 3, 5. I guess there's never a 6 in it, right? Because 6 would not work. So that's not a 6. So that's not a 2. So that's a 3, 5 pair. So that tells us what the 12 is, at least. The 12 is a 2, 4, 6. And we can say the yellow here has both 6 and 9, but I don't have a great way to pencil mark that. But I certainly can't put a 9 into this. I think I should be pencil marking what this digit is, and I'm not. This is only a 1, 2, or a 3. I don't know that it helps, but it feels like I should be pencil marking things that are that restricted. Let's see, 6s in rows 6, 7, 8. So we've got 1, 6 here, 1, 6 here. I don't think we know if red has to have a 6. Actually, oh no, we know that the orange 6 is down in row 9. Is the 17 clue in row 4 useful? It can't be 8, 9. That is interesting, actually. Good point, Kai. So this 17 clue actually needs to be at least 3 cells in size. So I can slash that like that. We've done a lot of cell counting up here. I suspect there might be a move that if we cell counted, we could rule out, but I am not sure. So yeah, so this is at least 3 cells. Okay, I should go ahead and just say, okay, the 14 is at least 2, the 10 is at least 2, the 9 is at least 1. I don't think there's a good reason why the 16 can't be 7, 9, unfortunately. And we have certainly not ruled out the possibility that the 13 is a 2-cell sum, unfortunately. What color is the 2 in column 4? I guess the 2 in column 4, it's not red, it's not yellow, so it's blue or purple. Those are the only options. Doesn't immediately leap out to me with things. So there's no 4, 5 in here. Is that somehow significant that there's not a 4, 5 here? It's hard for me to imagine that it is. I feel very stuck all of a sudden. I would love to know that this can't be just a single 9, but I don't see any reason why it can't be a single 9. Let's see. Okay, so Nicholas says the 17 clue can't be in 4. Okay, let's try the killer calculator. The killer calculator only works if your puzzle has killer cages in it, which this one does not. Okay, so I was going to try to use the killer calculator to see if we could verify Nicholas's point that you could not do 17 in 4 without a 4, a 5, or a 9. Very tragic. The 20 has to include a 6. The 20 has to include a 6 and a 9. We know that, but there's not a good way to pencil mark that because I don't know if this is the yellow or if this is yellow or red. I mean, I know this is yellow or red. Chat has come up with several counterexamples to Nicholas's claim, unfortunately. Now, I definitely believe the follow-up claim, which is that geometrically, if this was a 4, we would be isolating... No, I don't think so, because you could do... Oh! Wow. The random example I did at the beginning actually tells me this doesn't work. So what if the 17 comes here? Well, now... Oh, but no, it doesn't, because the 17 could sort of muck about in here somehow. Yeah, I sadly, I don't think it breaks the geometry just for the 17 to come here. One of these would have to be part of the region with the 17. And this would be a total of, let's see, how many cells is that? That's a total of 16 cells. So I'd have to come out of it by 2. So I'd have to have the region with the 17 would have to go down, down like that. The link is pinned at the top. So I don't think it breaks the top right of the grid immediately if this goes further, unfortunately. Oh, for the Asylum calculator. I do not have a handy link for the Asylum calculator. I'm not actually sure I've used the Asylum calculator. I have just tended to Google Kakuru calculator when I am going to do it. Row 4, column 4. So it's not blue. It's not yellow. So this cell is purple or red. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so if this cell is red, then these cells are purple. And then these are blue and yellow. The only way it's purple is if it's a 2, because the digits missing from purple are this 4, 5, and a 2. So that is a good point, is if this is purple, this is a 2. Unfortunately, if it's red, I think we know a lot less about what it is. The 17 clue, take row 1, column 8. I'm not even sure what 17 clue we're talking about. Like, are you asking if this region can come up here? I mean, it can't get there. But the 9 and 10 overlap the 16. So they could be in the same region. The thing that would have to happen okay, let's see. Ambrose says you can't get to 17 without 2, 4, or 6. Is that in 3 or 4? So let's see. If I tried to get to 17 in 4 without 2, 4, 6, I could do 1, 3, 5 at minimum. 1, 3, 5 is 9. Couldn't I do 1, 3, 5, 8? Oh, no, I can't use 5. That's the point. There's a 5 over there. Okay, so I could do 1, 3, 7. 1, 3, 7 is already 11, and then I needed to. Okay, so without the 2, 4, 6, the 17 cannot be 4 cells. So if this is impossible, and let's see, what if we do this combination? Is this possible? I could take 1, and 3 is 4, but not 5 or 6. And then I could take 7 and 8. So my absolute minimum is 1, 3, 7, 8. And 1, 3, 7, 8 is already bigger than 17. So, in fact, these are different. Okay, that is a great spot. These are always connected, by the way. Because Otherwise, I would be having a region in 16 cells, which are 2 regions in 16 cells. That neither the math doesn't work. 16 is not a multiple of 9, so these are connected in whatever universe they happen to be. Yes, and in fact, one more down. Oh, and in fact, actually, now if you look at it, now these 16 cells plus these 2 now actually have the right multiplicity, and so this actually has to end like that. Right? Actually, maybe that's not true. Actually, I kind of think that is true. Yeah, the 17 is going to be 4 cells long, isn't it? Oh, maybe not. Sorry, I don't think I know about the 17, but I do think this is true. Because if this was not true, that is, if this kept going, now I would suddenly have not a multiple of 3, not a multiple of 9 number of cells up here. But I don't think that immediately implies that these are connected, because this could still be these could still not be connected. So I'm interested in, so if the 10 clue is in 3, then these become the same region. Can I do 10 in 3 without 2, 4, or 6? I kind of feel like I can't do 10 in 3 without 2, 4, or 6. Let's see, I could only use odd numbers. Yeah, I don't think I can, because the minimum I could make it would be 1, 3, 5, which is 9. But if I want to make it bigger than that, I would need to go up to 11, so that's not going to work. So I don't know if the 10 is part of the 12 region or not, but I know the 10 is not... I know the 10 is not more than 2 cells long. JLib has a smart way to see it, which is that if you add 3 odd numbers, you're always going to get an odd number. So if you ever want to make a sum of 10 in 3, you're going to need to include an 8, but once you include an 8, you're dead in the water. So I think JLib's way of saying you'd have to include an 8 is the most natural way to see this. If the 10 was in 3. Much better than the way I did it. The 10 can't join orange. Nor can the 12. Well, the 12 definitely isn't orange. So I should give the 12 its own color. I can reward the 12 with blue. So how many cells are we looking at here? That is 6, 10, 18. Okay. So every cell in this little cutoff region is blue or orange. So for everything, I just need to ask, hey, is this cell blue or is it orange? Those are the only things that appear down here. And for that matter, these cells are not green. I don't think. Yeah, these cells are not green, because even if green took its most direct path over, green then absorbs these cells. And if green tries to take an indirect path, green ends up looking like this, which is, again, way too many. So I'm going to let this be the last region. It's going to be purple. let's see. Okay, so 57 Thorns is saying, okay, what happens if this 10 is orange? Well, there's no way to make the 10 orange without the 14 also becoming orange. And now that's 9 cells, so orange is done and orange isn't connected. So this is definitely blue. So these are either 1, 9 or 3, 7. This cell now is orange. So this cell's orange. So this cell's orange. So now orange is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. So this can't possibly be orange. So it's blue. So this cell's blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So now they're at 8 and 8. Okay. Yep. Both orange and blue need only one more. So these cells in total sum to 36, as pointed out by Nicholas. So this cell and its remaining friends sum to 9. So if 14 extends, then this is a 9. The 13 is now 3 cells. I can get rid of the this now. I don't know it's 2 cells that sum to 9. It might be 1 cell that sums to 9. Because the remaining blue cell might be part of the blue sum. In which case then this would be a 9. But it is worth pointing out, if this is the blue cell... Sorry, no, if these two are both blue, then, yeah, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to do 1, 8. I mean, 14 here can't be 6, 8. So if this is 14 and 2, it is 7, 9. Oh, it can't be. This can't be 14 and 2. Because if it's 14 and 2, what's it going to be? The only options for 14 and 2 are 6 and 8, or 7, or sorry, or, oh no, it's 5 and 9, not 7 and 9. Dang it. 5 and 9. It can be 5, 9, darn. I'm going to write in candidates into these cells for want of other things to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just to see if any of those sort of leap out as something that is very helpful. They do not. Okay, so let's see. So J. Dyer says if 14 is 5 plus 9, then that breaks the 10 clue. Because now the 10 clue has to be 3, 7. I don't see how that breaks, and then I need a 1, 8. And so this would be 1, 8, right? Let's see. There's no way I'm supposed to be looking at, like, this 10 clue, is there? That seems very unlikely. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, the 10 is always 3, 7. That's a good point at 11. Because either, there are only two possibilities. If this is in 2, then it's 5 plus 9, so this is a 3, 7. Otherwise, this is in 3, and then I need this to be a 9. So the 9 can't possibly be here. So this is always a 3, 7. So that's not a 7. These aren't 3. So I can fill in these possibilities. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 8 is always in the 14 sum. Never mind. I don't need this line here anymore. Oops, not that line. I don't need these lines here anymore. Five nine, Nicholas. 5 9. 5 9, Nicholas. But I do believe the claim there's always a 5 in this, because this is either 5 and 9 or 5 and 1 and 8. So there's always a 5 here. So this isn't a 5. Sorry, isn't a 5, for whatever that's worth. So this isn't a 5. Yeah, it's either 5 9 or it's 1 5 8. Those are the only ways you can make this this work out mathematically. Oh yes, sorry, the 5 could be here. Good point from Garion. I almost made a disaster there. The 5's not there. I also know this isn't a 5. Yes, the 5 is always in blue. So yeah, the 13 and 3, is there any sort of restriction on this? I think there's probably a lot of options for it. But if there's not, anyone who is looking at a calculator, I would be happy to hear claims about these numbers. Let's see. Garen says I have an X-wing on 8s in rows 7 and 8. Ah, right. The blue 8 is down here somewhere. It's not there. So the 8 in red cannot be in any of these cells. Obviously, the 8 in red isn't here or here. So the 8 in red is either here or here. And I think we said it just worked if this was an 8 in red, right? So we know the 8 in this column is red, but I think we said 2, 7, 8, and then there was some other string of digits that worked. 2, 7, 8 is 17. Yeah, and then 1, 3, 4. Are we supposed to at some point learn that this 10 can't be in 2? Because I'm noticing 3, 7 is ruled out of the 10 and 2 possibility. let's see, row 9, column 6 equals 8 would break the 13 clue, I am being told. This would be 8. I would need these two to sum to 5, and they can't, so that's not an 8. Okay, agree. Okay, what if I don't use an 8 in this 17? Oh, but I still don't know if the 17 goes over here or not, dang it. All other digits look valid. Oh boy, that's depressing. Where did these two digits show up in yellow? Is that the question I'm supposed to ask? Because these two digits need to appear in yellow. No, they appear in this column. Never mind. Yeah, they definitely appear in this column. So whatever digits are in the 20 clue, they end up showing up there. Huh. Very mysterious. I'm checking to see if there's any, like, weird irregular stuff going on with purple and blue. I don't see any. Row 8, column 7 can't be a 1. Row 8, column 6 can't be a 1. Why? This is a really cool puzzle, but it started out super innocent and nice, and it's like, oh, a nice jovial puzzle. But this is a mean jovial puzzle that has a nice innocuous beginning, just to trick us poor mortals. Okay, so if 17 is green, okay, this is a good point from Afraid Not. I like this a lot. If this is green, it forces this cell to be green, which makes green a 4-cell 10. So green would be a 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would be a 6, a 7, an 8, a 9, a 5, and then this would have to be 1, 8. It actually looks more likely than not to me that that's what happens, because that sort of I can visualize quite a few steps down the line without anything appearing to break. The 9 can plausibly be purple, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty easy to accommodate, unfortunately. Having 17 in green would require the 16 clue to extend. Yeah, because in this universe, the 16 clue is now a 16 with a 1, 2, 3, or 4 here, so it needs to extend at least one cell that way. And then green would only get one more cell, so it would have to be one of these, I think. Because the 16 certainly can't extend over to 4. Green can't take both the 17 and the 9. I think that is a valid point that I believe Nicholas made earlier, that if the 17 is... purple we saw earlier can't take the 17 and the 9. But... okay. Sorry, this is an interesting point, actually. So... if green looks like this, green can't take this cell because all the low digits are gone. So this would be a lone 9 that would be purple. Yep. I'm looking forward to seeing Alima's puzzle. Alima has said some really cool stuff. I'm not sure which Alima puzzle it is that's featured today, but I'm betting it will be cool. 17 would have to be exactly 3, 7, 8. I don't know. Jovi, what did you do? But yeah, this seems to go quite far. And so the other universe is that all of this is purple, in which case green definitely takes this 9. And so... and some other stuff. I don't see it. So I know there's this 2, 7, 8 business in red in this column. Where is 9 in row 6? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, so it can't be in purple, so it'd have to be in red or orange, or this purple. Is there a reason why it can't be in these places, Nicholas? Row 7, 8, and 9. The 2 digits that red and purple takes from the top 4 rows are the same as row 5, column 6, and row 6, column 6. But I can't see what that does other than putting 7 in red in 2 places. It's really unclear to me which thing I'm trying to break. Uh, that is the mystery to me at the moment. But orange has a cell in row 6, Nicholas. That could be 9. Ooh, the Cogito has found something. Excellent, excellent. I have a swordfish on 5s. Oh, that is... where does 5 go in red? Okay, so there's some 5s here. Let's see. There's some 5s here. I only see a few pencil marked 5. Okay, there's some 5s here. Purple and orange. Okay, so there's a 5 down here. There's a 5 in one of these 3 cells. Unfortunately, I don't know that there's a 5 in one of these cells. Because if I knew there was a 5 in one of these cells, I would be in a good shape. But I don't, because there could be a 5 up here, right? Purple and orange. Oh, purple and orange form a 5 X-wing. I don't yet see it. I know there's a 5 down here, so I know these aren't 5. But I don't see the orange-purple thing, because purple... Because the purple 5, yeah, the purple 5 could go up, is the problem that I see with this plan. So I'd like Nicholas to explain to me why this can't be a 9. Because most of the Nicholas stuff is assuming this can't be a 9. So I think Nicholas sees why this can't be a 9, but I don't see why it can't be a 9. Red 7 must be in row 7 or row 8, since it can't be green, purple, or blue. Okay, so... this is a good point. So, where is 7 going in these 2 rows? Not in any of these cells. Also not in any of these cells, and not in blue in particular. So the oranges in these 2 rows are red and... the 7s in these 2 rows are red and orange. And so the 7 in red is definitely in one of these 2 cells. Because we know the red in... we know the 7 in column 5 is red. So that's a good spot to Martin. What does that have to do with the 17? Because The cogito is suggesting that this 7 has something to do with this 17, which I don't get. Oh, okay. So the point is, where does 7 go in row? Okay. I think I might see this now. Where does 7 uh am I back? Am I back? Oh no. Oh, I'm back. Woohoo! Okay, I got a blip that something was going on. Okay. So we're asking what happens in the world where these are all purple. And the answer is I know there's a 7 in one of them. And then I need 3 digits that sum to 10. And so the question is, what are the 3 digits that sum to 10? And so they have to involve a 1. And then 2 cells that sum to 9. Without being 1, 8, 2, 7, or 4, 5. So it would have to be. So the only world where this is all connected, this would have to be 7, 1, 3, 6. That's the exact combination of digits that would allow that to happen. But I don't see why this breaks. Okay. But it's very enticing. Yes, it makes this a red 8, but the 8 in this column is red. So I don't see anything wrong with this being a red 8. Oh, let's see. Carl thinks this does not work. Oops. So let's put this back just so we can talk about it. So in this universe where all of this is purple, this has to have a 7, and then it's forced to be 1, 3, 6. So this is a 5, and this is a 3. Red gets its 8 here. So this would be 2, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4. And so whatever the opposite of 2, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4 is, what's the opposite of 2, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4? That would be this. So the claim that this doesn't work has unfortunately been retracted. 5, 6, 9. It would be 5, 6, 9. It's annoyingly just plausible enough to work. So what about 8s? The blue 8 and the yellow 8 are definitely both up here at the top. Blue cannot get below row 3. Is there any chance there's a third 8 that we know about that has to be in the top 3 rows? Unfortunately, I'm guessing it's this one. I think it's the green one. But if green was forced to get an 8 from row 4, that would do good things. No, red's 8 is definitely in column 5. Because the 8 in everything Nicholas in column 5 is red or yellow. And yellow already has an 8. So we know the 8 in column 5 is red. That we're already certain about. That logic is part of how we got here. It would not surprise me if there was some follow-up to it that we are missing, but I agree the 8 in red is here, but the 8 could be in this cell. Or down there. Let's see. Add 11 says if 17 was purple, then row 4, column 4, and 5 would be the same as row 5, column 6, but would also have to be exactly 2, 8. Not quite sure. Let's see. I'm being told I have an X-Wing on 8s down here. Okay, so this is an X-Wing on 8s. So the 8 is not here. So actually the 8 is in one of these two cells. I mean, I can't pencil mark that, but I agree the 8 is in one of these two cells. Yeah, we unfortunately we did already go through this a while ago, but maybe maybe we can get somewhere with it. That one of those has to be the red 8. Welcome back, Tallcat. You're missing us getting absolutely brutalized by this jovial puzzle. Row 4, column 4. Okay, so there's a law of leftovers thing that people are doing, but I have no idea what they're doing. Okay, so row 1 through 4. Okay, so row 1 through 4, the rule is everything that pokes out has to get canceled out, basically. So for example, I could basically, if you want to think about it, I could cancel out blue and green and yellow, which all live up there, and then I'd have to have a set of the digits exactly 1 through 9. But I don't see row 4 outies can be. See, I don't. Yeah, these two poke out. And then purple, red poke in either here and here or here and here. But I don't know anything about this region. Remember, this purple is not the same as this purple. Okay, I know this cell is a 3 or a 5. Yes, but the 9... Oh, actually, no, sorry. I can actually pencil mark this. I was thinking I don't know if this is the yellow, but I know that that is not that. Okay, so we're gonna go deeper into our tank here. So here's the point. We know there is a 7 in row 4, and we know it's over here. And so the idea is in the universe where this line connects to this. There's a 7 here, and that forces the sum to be 7, 1, 3, 6 exactly. And so that forces this to be a 5. And so now we would need to have a purple 5 here to balance out that 5. Still seems fine. The reason why the 9 is up here is because there's already a 2, 7, and 8 in red in the column. This cell is red or yellow. I don't usually go for this double coloring thing, but I'll do it here. And so this can't be a 9 because of that. And if I put the 2, 7, 8 in here and also a 9, that's too many. Okay. Ranks claims that 2 is placed in row 6. Yes, yellow already has an 8. Yes, these would be 2, 8 in that universe. So we've said this a lot of times, Nicholas. Red is getting its 8 from one of these two cells. I just haven't really wanted to pencil mark it. The 8 is definitely red in column 5. But what do I get from this? I'm just not... I don't want to leave this pencil mark here because it will confuse me because of the fact that I don't know what color this cell is. Do you still believe the thing you wrote is right, Ranksk? I was trying from chat to piece this together. But yeah, the outies in the universe where there's a 7 over here is that... the outies in this universe is that these are 2 and 8. Is the answer to people who are wanting to look at that look ahead. Okay, so in row 6, Ranksk is looking at purple gets a 2 from row 6. The left purple. Either this takes a 2 somewhere over here, or it forces right purple to take a 2 in row 6. Is this a law of leftovers thing? Okay, so yeah, so this is a counting 2s in rows 1 through 4 business. Okay, so in rows 1 through 4, there's a blue 2, a yellow 2, there's a green 2, that's 3 2s, and so there's a 2 for one but not both of these 2 purples. Okay, so one but not both of the 2 purples gets its 2 from up here. And so therefore one of the purples must get a 2 from below the line, meaning that one of these 3 cells has to be purple. Sorry, has to be a 2, which means this is not a 2, so it's a 4, and this is not a 2. So this isn't a 4 either. These aren't 4. I do believe that ranks. That was a good observation. Uh, uh, hey, a digit is more than we've had in probably 60 minutes, so I'll take it. Uh, okay, so now we have an honest X-Wing on 2s between orange and green. I don't know if that helps. Fours in both purples. So blue, yellow, and green all get their fours from up here. Only one of this purple and this purple can get a 4 from up there. So one of them has to get their purple from down here, their 4 from down here. So either this is 4, which it's not, or one of these is 4. So therefore one of these is 4. So that's a 5 and a 4. Sorry, it's a 5 and a 4. And so that 5 makes that a 6. Makes these not 5 or 6. So okay, this. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm missing a 5 and a 2. Let's see. There's an X-Wing on 3s here, but I don't think it does anything. So 3 in red actually is now pushed into one of these 3 cells, for whatever it's worth. It must be green or purple, yes, for the 17 thingy. Should I write down candidates for these cells? It could be 1. They can't be 2. They can't be 3. I think they could be 4 or 5. Okay, this is looking worse. Or 6, but they can't be 7 or 8. And they could be 9. Okay, that was terrible. Never mind. Okay, so there's no 4, 5 in here, but we already knew that. Let's see. Okay, so Carl is saying that if I do this, and I think I believe this, so I'm gonna draw this in just to go over this. So we've said that this has to be 7, 1, 3, 6. Which now makes these 2 and 8. So that's an 8. That's a 2. So this is red. Sorry, so this is red. This is purple. And now, when we look at what is poking into here, these 2, 8 would have to go here, and that breaks. Because these are the only 2 things. If you look at this line and look at above it, these 2 poke in, these 2 poke out. They'd have to be the same, and they're not. That is horrible. There's no way that that's what's intended, but I'm going to use it. So these are green. because the 7, we have proven, the 7 needs to be in these cells. The 7 can't be in either of these cells. So purple comes up here. Green takes this cell. Green is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a 6. This is a 7. This is not 3, 4, or 6, so it's an 8. This is not 1 or 8, so it's a 9. This is not 1, 8, or 9, so it's a 5. Blue is forced to continue because blue can't finish with a 5, 9. So these are 5, 1, 8 is what this ends up being. So not 5 or 9. So that finishes blue, so orange finishes here. This is a 3. These aren't 6. Is green done? Well, I know that green can't take this cell, so this cell's purple. Because green can't take this cell because I need a low digit in order for 2 digits to add to 9. So that goes over here. So this wraps around like this. This is a 9. This, of course, is not a 9. Let's see. This isn't a 4. Sorry, isn't a 4. See, the 16 has to be... Right, the 16 has to be 3 digits now. And the 6... And green certainly can't finish here, so green has to finish here. Purple has to finish here. I feel like this puzzle has been glorious, except we missed a step. Because I refuse to believe that the intended path is the one that we ended up using for this puzzle. But almost all of this puzzle has been glorious, except for that part, which I have absolutely no idea what we were supposed to do with. Okay, I'm using the fact that the 9 in green is here to knock 9 out of some cells over here. Let's see. So so the 9 in this column is part of the 13. So that tells us what this is. So this has got to be 913. So this is a 3. These are a 1, 9. So that's a 5. This isn't a 1 or a 5. These are not 2 or 7. That one's not 5. So those are 1, 9. These are not 3 or 8. This is a 2 or a 7, I believe, to finish up orange. So this is a 3 and a 2 and a 4 and a 3. The 1, 8 pair here gives us the 9 and the 1. The 1, 8 pair also gives us the 6 and the 8. Let's see. This is not 1 or 5 or 9. This is a 4, 6. This is a 4, 6. So this isn't 4 or 6 or 1 or 9. It's 5. So that's a 3. Which I believe tells us that we're in the universe where red is 6 cells. What did I do? 6 in row 8. Oh, I did this backwards, didn't I? I did the exact thing I did before. So this is a 6. So this is an 8. I just wrote down the remaining things wrong. So this is not a 1 or a 5 or a 9 or a 6. This is a 4. And this is a something. It's a 7. These digits are 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a 5. and a 6. I think I need a 5 and a 6. In any event, this is still a 3. That's a 5. So let's just go ahead and sweep across this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not a 2 or a 9. This is a 1 or an 8. This is not an 8 or a 9. It's a 1 or a 2. This is not an 8. Okay. So I know I've got a 2, 7, and an 8 in here. So 2, 7, 8, and I know I've got a 3. So 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 is 20. And I'm going for 25. So I either need to add a 1, 4. 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3. 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3. 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 is 20, so I need 5 more. So I either need a 5 or... Yeah, and I have to have a 5 because this is otherwise a 6, which would be too many. So this is a 5, and that's a 6. This, therefore, is an 8 because it is 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 plus 5. So that is that. And so now these numbers, if I did that in my head correctly, they do add to the appropriate number. So this now is yellow. So it is not red, so it is yellow. So this is not red, it is purple. So therefore, these are both red. To finish red. Yep. Now purple is not done, so left purple needs to grow by 1. So now purple is done. Blue is not done, so blue needs to grow by 2 to finish. So blue takes both of these. Okay, so this is not a 9 because there's a 9 in the region, so this is a 9. These two cells are 2 and 5. Yeah, these are 2 and 5. So they are 2 and 5. And as predicted, this... It's funny they both ended up being purple. These two cells have to be equal to these two cells by the law of leftovers. So that's a 2 and that's a 1. So the 1 in blue has to go here now. So the 3 is what's left in this column. This is not 1, it is 2 or 3. 2 and 3 are in fact what's left in blue. So this is a 2-3 pair. 2, 3, 4. This is a 5. Regions are almost done. Now I believe the regions are done. Okay, 3 in this purple is now in the bet cell. So bet cell was a 3. Congratulations, Bremster. 2 and 3. So this is... What are these digits? I'm just going to fill them in so I don't have to think about it anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 9. That's not a 9. This isn't a 1. Let's see. These digits, I will know what they are, and then I'll know what this digit is. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are 4, 6, 7, 8. So this is the last digit that this region needs, which is a 1, actually. So this isn't a 1. That's not a 1. Let's see. So this is an 8 and a 1. That 8 looks up and kicks 8 out of these two cells. This sort of feels like the... No, it's not the only place for 2 in the column. Never mind. Let's see. This is not 1 or 3. It is 2 or 4. This isn't 2 or 3. It is 1 or 4. This isn't 2. It is 1 or 3. This isn't 3 either. So there's a 2-4 pair. So that 2-4 pair gives us a 1 and a 3. Let's see. So these two need to sum to 14. So they could be 9 and 5 or 7 and 8, I guess. That's annoying. These aren't 4, though. I can get you that far down the path. They're also not 5 because there's a 5 in the row. So these are either 6, 9 or 7, 8. No, there's something to 14. Yeah, so, sorry, 7, 8 is not an appropriate way to... So there's never a 7 because they sum to 14. Boy, is my brain not doing great on this. Okay. Yes, you cannot have a 7 and a 2-digit sum to 14. So I now need these to sum to 14. So they either do it as 8 and 6 or 9 and 5. But the 5 is going in the row, so this is not a 9. So this is 6 and 8. Sorry, put the 8 in the wrong place. 6 and 8. And 1 and 7. These aren't 7. This 6 looks down and gives us the 4 and the 6. The 4 looks up and gives us the 2 and the 4. The 2 looks down and gives us the 7 and the 2. Let's see. This column does not... Let's see. It doesn't need a 5 or a 7 or a 6, so it must need a 9. These are not 6 or 8, so they are 5 and 7 in some order. We're slowly whittling our way up here. This needs to sum to 16, so I need these two to sum to 7. So they can't use a 7, so it must be 5 and 2 and 4 and 7. Let's see. That 7 looks over here and says these two aren't 7. Let's see. This 2 looks over and says that's... Sorry. Says that's not a 2. I should probably look at this... Oh, I guess I don't need to look at this sum. It's just a tuple. But this isn't a 4 anymore, so it's a 6. So this isn't a 6. These aren't 6. That one's not 1 either. These are 4 or 9. Let's see. This 4 looks over and says that that's an 8. So these aren't 8. These aren't 8. Let's see. That 6 looks over and gives me a 7 over here. So that's a 2 and an 8 and a 7. That 7... Actually, sorry. This 8 gives me a 6, and that's an 8. The 6 gives me a 4 and a 6, and the 4 gives me a 9 and a 4. Am I really missing something? Why is the timer not going? I think I did it correctly. Yeah, my scanning is not always so good, but I think there's a certain point in a puzzle where I think my scanning is usually faster than trying to read chat and find the scanning. But if I ever stall while I'm scanning, then I do that. Yeah, I'm sure we missed a step in the middle, but if you just ignore the hour in the middle where we were looking for the step, this was an excellent puzzle where I really loved every other piece of it. I really don't know what we're supposed to do with this piece in the middle. But anyway, 118 is the number of minutes. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to do more puzzles, so don't go anywhere. I will see you all very shortly. Yeah, what happens if I hit the check? It's like, no, I don't like it. Alrighty. Be right back. Thank you again to all of our patrons, all of our YouTube members. Go ahead and subscribe if you're new and you haven't yet. I'd appreciate it. And go ahead and like the stream if you haven't liked the stream yet. And I'll be back, and I'll see you all very shortly. Bye-bye. Welcome back. I see that chat is trolling Tristan by suggesting that he make the turbines blurrier after making it less blurry earlier. Tristan is now taking an appropriate break on the couch after working for months getting this new math video out. So, again, if you do have any interest in learning about complex line integrals, I just put out a video with many beautiful animations by Tristan talking about that, so you can look at that over on the main channel if you are so inclined. I also was poking at our Discord. By the way, I have a channel on the Puzzle Plaza Discord, so if you're not yet on the Puzzle Plaza Discord, I recommend that you join. So, but I have Discord over there. But I was poking at that, and I remembered that I should remind you that I have a setting challenge going on. So there is a few weeks in which you can set something, and the challenge is basically to make a puzzle that uses coloring in new ways, Sudoku or non-Sudoku, broadly construed. But I was seeing some people suggesting some not ideal ways to use coloring. But anyway, but people are already doing submissions, but you've got plenty of time. It's not for a few weeks yet that I'll be doing all of these puzzles, but you can look forward to that. I always get tons of exciting puzzles. And you can also use the Puzzle Plaza Discord to find people who will test the puzzle for you. So I recommend looking at that. Alrighty, I think that is all that I need at the moment. Oh, did I never put my volume back to where it's supposed to be? It's possible, SPQ, that I just forgot to put my volume for my microphone back up to 100 after Yep, that's exactly what happened. So this is my normal volume for streaming. I just recorded something and did not put it back. All right, so we're going to do a Shikaku puzzle by MavericksJd. So I do not know if this is deliberate or not, but my second ever Sudoku puzzle I made was called Kropkiesque. So exactly spelled like this, I believe. It was Mark did it on Cracking the Cryptic, actually. It was the earliest puzzle I made that showed up on Cracking the Cryptic, but it was not the first puzzle I made that showed up on Cracking the Cryptic. Alrighty, but let's look at the rules of Kropkiesque. So normal Sudoku rules apply. Good. Given clues belong to killer cages, which are rectangular in shape and must sum to the given number. Cages of similar dimensions can never be orthogonally adjacent or touch each other. So two cages. Okay, so this is the... So I think when it says cages of similar dimensions, it means cages with the same number of cells. Because it's saying 1x6, 2x3, 3x2, etc. So we can't have cages touching if they have the same number of cells. A white dot between two cells indicates that they're consecutive. Not all white dots are shown. White dots are strictly between cells in different cages. And black dots between cells indicate a 2-to-1 ratio. Black dots are strictly between cells in the same cage. I don't think so, Garion, because it says 1x6, 2x3, and 3x2. So I think in the example, it's specifically saying a 1x4 and a 2x2 can't touch each other. Let's look. Is there an example included, or is there more text on the LMD page? Okay, on the LMD page, it specifically says cages with the same number of cells cannot touch each other. Right, and then the numbers in the totals, or sorry, the numbers over here are the cage totals. Okay, so across all black dots, I need to draw this. Oh, excellent. I was never, ever, ever going to try that. So thank you very much to Carl for that. The clues sum to 405. So that means that every cage gets a total. Of course, a cage can't have two totals. But 405 is the sum of all the digits in a completed Sudoku grid. So we're going for that. Okay. So first off, this is now completed automatically. So this is a 2-size cage that sums to 16. So its digits are 7 and 9. Now, these two are together, but I don't know if they expand this way or expand that way. Oh, I guess there's no way they expand this way. Okay. these two cells are part of a cage, but that cage can't have size 2 for various reasons. And so this cage has to extend down, because if it only extended left, it would never get to a total, and every cage needs a total. So these extend down. It has been wisely pointed out by Jay that I should put a 6 and an 8 here because they're next to the 7-9 pair. Yeah, the corner, it would be really much nicer if the cage totals were in the corner. Let's see. I know that these two are in the same cage, and so they must be in the same cage as this one. Because, again, every clue needs a... every clue needs total. Let's see. I think this 19, if you think about it... actually, maybe not. Maybe I can't quite do that. I was looking at this and was debating, does this have to be a 2x2 square? Yeah, so this cell. This is the cell to look at. Where does this get a total? Well, it can go up. But if it goes up and only up, it never gets a total. So this has to go right at some point. But that means it has to take these, and then it's trapped. So this is a cage. So I agree with Judith. So this is now a 4-cell 19 cage. Now the 42 is forced, because this is a 42 sum. A 42 sum... actually, sorry, maybe it's not. I was thinking the 42 sum was going to have to look like this. Yeah, it is, because this cell is never getting any clue except that. And so this is going to have to look like this because of that cell. A lot of the Shikaku puzzles I've done are about identifying cells that need to find a total and can only find it in some particular place. You are not allowed to repeat digits within a killer cage. I swear I read that out loud when... No, I wasn't criticizing you when I said I swear I read that out loud. I was saying digits do not in cages do not repeat. Okay, it is there. Okay. I was just making sure I did not imagine myself saying that. Okay. So yeah, the 42 needs to take all of these and be everything but 3 for what it's worth. This cell can never be part of anything but the 25 cage. So these two are actually also orange. Now, this absolutely can't continue, because if it continued, it would be a 45 cage, not a 25 cage, as it's supposed to be. Okay, Chad is pointing out this cell, if I look at it, never avoids being part of this 43 cage, which is then forced to be this exact shape. I'll make it purple as well. So I should color code cage sizes if I can. I will do that. So this is also purple. So it is worth noting there's definitely a 3 in these cells. This 41 almost certainly also has to be 8 cells, right? Yeah, so this 41 is going to, no matter what, it's going to have to take a cell above this, because this is the most it could get in this row. So it's going to take that, which means it's going to take that, which means it's going to take that. So then it's going to have to take these, but it certainly can't get to 41 in that. So it's going to get to 41 in 8. So I'm going to do that part. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of my streak through the black dots once they're in a region. Okay, now these can only be part of the 30 region. That's very cute. Okay, so this is now going to be a size... Oh, when I said 3, I meant 2. You knew I meant 2, didn't you? I'm sure you did. There's a 4 over here, similarly. So this 30, for various reasons, is going to have to take these. So here are 2 different proofs. By the way, Martin wants a bet cell. Let's make that the bet cell. So here are 2 different proofs that the 30 does not only take these 4 cells. The one I first saw is that if it did take these cells, then that would mean it contained the digits 6, 7, 8, 9, except there are no 2 digits in there that have a ratio of 1 to 2, so it has to grow. The other is that just by the rules, a 4-cell cage can't touch a 4-cell cage. So we've got that. Could do a quick check that 19 plus 41 plus 30 is indeed 90, which it seems to be, as best I am able to discern it. All right. This cell now only has this 40 cage, or this 40 total in its range. So this all actually ends up being part of a 40 cage as well. Awesome, Ranks. Thank you. That is very cool. I probably can't switch to it, but also it is very cool that you made it. And that future generations can benefit from it. The blue needs to grow a cell. Why can't blue be 16 in 3 cells? I believe you. I just don't see it yet. Oh, because I can't do 39 in 3 cells. Right. The key is the 39. If this were not... Right. It's not that it's nothing to do with the blue cage. It's about this cell. If this cell's not part of the blue cage, it's part of a 39 that then is 3 cells long, which is a problem. So the blue comes here. Good spot, by the way, to all of you who saw that. Okay. Now, 39 is always going to require at least 7 cells? Yeah, at least 6 cells. So I guess I don't know exactly. I know it's not 8. So the natural inclination for me is that 39 is going to be 7 cells and be a giant vertical line, but I'm not sure I can prove it yet. Row 8, column 5. Plus row 9, column 5 equals 8. By math. Oh, you added all the cages to the left? Oh boy. Okay, so if we believe Carl, which we probably should, 40 plus 16 plus 25 plus 16 plus 42 plus 19 plus 30, minus 180 is 8. So these two sum to 8, which means the 39 can't go straight up and down. So the 39 needs to grow to the left. It certainly can't grow into the 15. Let's see. It can't be 8 cells, so it's going to have to be 6 cells now. Yeah, so the 39 is going to have to be 6 cells. It can't grow left any further. It could theoretically grow down, but even if it does, it's still going to grow up. And I do know this is going to be 6 cells, so I'm going to color it orange for 6 cells anyway. Okay. This 29 can't be in 4 because it's got a black dot. So the 29, if it can't be in 4, is going to have to be in 6, and it's going to have to not touch this orange. So this 29 is going to look like this, which means this 29 is going to look like that. That's pretty cool, because I need to make these 29s not touch. And this was actually an opportunity to use my previous observation that I can't have a 29 in 4 on a black dot. Because 29 and 4 would of necessity be 5, 7, 8, 9, and there aren't 2 dots in there, or 2 cells in there that black dot each other. So now the 11... Oh, I haven't made a color for 3 yet. 3 gets to be... Oh, sorry, this should be blue, not green. Because 4 should be blue, so this can be green. Okay, and now this 15, well, goes down at least that far. The 12 goes at least that far, because I know this is not... go there. I can get rid of... Oops, I can get rid of that. Let's see. Oh, and now this cell can only be part of the 27. Actually, all of these cells can only be part of the 27, right? I think all of these cells can only be part of the 27. Well, sorry. These cells are all part of the 27. Let me argue this carefully, because it can't get to any other clue. This cell also can't get to any other clue because of the pointing up a bit here, but then that forces all of this, which then means the 27 is going to have to be in 6. It has no choices. Okay, and so now these can't be both size 3. So one of these is size 4, and one of them is size 2. So yeah, this one is size 2 or size 4. So this just can't be size 3, because if this was size 3, then this would also be size 3, and they would touch. And in fact, this would touch 2 size 3. So in fact, we actually know how it works out. The 12 comes here, and therefore the 15 takes everything else. All right. That's a little bit sad. We did the whole coloring without thinking about this, and now we just have to do a killer Sudoku puzzle. I'll try not to be too sad about that. All right. There's no 4 on this black dot because there's no 4 in this cage. So therefore, this black dot is either 1, 2, or 3, 6. I'll go ahead and write that down. This is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quad. So these are 1, 2, 3 to finish off the box, even though you can't really see the box, but it is what it is. This one isn't a 3 because this cage doesn't have a 3. Let's see. So yeah, the bet cell is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, Bremster. The sorry Bremster is not part of the result of the bet cell, but so that means this is either 4, 8 or 4, 8. So it's either 4, 8 or 4, 8. So the rest of the column is 5, 6, 7, 9. The 5 is definitely not in here because this cage does not have a 5. That makes this a 6, 7, 9, which makes that an 8, which gives us a digit. We can bring in the Zach for his 8 dance. Uh, welcome, Zach. Thank you. You're going to do your little 8 dance now. Digit dance. Digit dance. Eight dance. Good job, Zach. Thank you. Oh. It's not quite as spinny as the 7 dance. It is true. I'm going to be honest. I think Zach has done an 8 dance before, but I've forgotten how it went. So that's a 5. That is a 6. So that's a 7. That's a 9. That's a 3. Is all good. Okay, so this 12 cage is now known because it's not 5-7 and it's not 4-8, so it can only be 3-9. Let's see. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. These aren't 3. I'm trying to be very careful here with sort of like thinking about where the box lines are. Row 1, 6 is placed. This is, right, because this is not a 7 or a 9. So therefore it's a 6. And therefore this is a 5. But cell not a 5. Progress. Okay. These need to sum to 16. I don't really want to think about that. Let's see. There's definitely a 3 in these cells. No, that's not true. Sorry, I'm misreading this. There's definitely a 3 in these cells, but that doesn't tell me much. Why wasn't the top right 7, 9? Yeah, this was an 8 by magic, and because that was an 8, this was a 6, and 6 is only adjacent to 7, not to 9. That is the short version. So these digits, let's just fill them in. They are 1, 2, 3, 4. These aren't 2. Interesting. So we have sort of because they're in a box. This is a box of a Sudoku, so it has to have the digits 1 through 9. So one of these 2 cells is a 2. One of these 2 cells is a 2. So this cell can't be a 2. This cell could be a 2, and that cell could be a 2, I believe. I should fill in what these digits are, which is that they are 1, 2, 4, and 5, with the 5 definitely running horizontally, which means there's a 5 over here somewhere, which I'm going to pencil mark badly. Didn't recover from doing the regionless puzzle, huh? Where is 9 in the column? So the 9 can't go anywhere on here, nor can the 8. The 9 can't go here because there's a 3-9 pair. So the 9 goes in one of these two cells. And therefore, the 8 can't go on any of these. So the 8 goes in one of these 3 cells. But there's a weird thing where if I try and put the 8 here, then I put the 9 there. So the 8 can't actually go here. So the 8 goes on this dot with a 9 is the point. And so that's an 8 and that's a 9. I feel like there should be a natural way to explain that because I did not do a good job of it. But that they have to go in that orientation, I believe. It also just breaks the white dot. So that, but John saw it a different way by looking at you can't put 8 and 9 into a 19 cage. J40 has the elegant explanation. One of 8 and 9 has to be on the dot, and so therefore, because of the 7, both have to be on the dot. That is the elegant way to state it. Nicely done to Jay. So there's definitely a 3 among these cells, but I don't know where. I mean, I know it's not there. Now, let's see. Interesting. Niverio claims there's only one place that can possibly be the 3. That's right. So this is a string of 3 consecutive digits that come from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So every such thing needs a 3. And that can't be 3 because it would repeat in the cage. That can't be, and that can't be 3 because this is a 42 cage and 8, so it doesn't have a 3. So that's a 3. So these are therefore a 2-4 pair because those are the numbers that are next to 3. So this is not 2 or 4. It is 1 or 5. This is the other 1 or 5. Okay. So what would this sum to if this digit was 1, 2, 4, or 5? 1, 2, 4, 5 sums to 12 plus 9 would be 21. What is this cage? It is a 25 cage. So if I did that right, this can't be 1, 2, 4, or 5. Because if it was 1, 2, 4, or 5, it would make this cage sum to 21, which is not the right total. So therefore, this digit is not 1, 2, it's not 3, 4, or 5. So this is, and it's not 6 either. So this digit has to be 7, 8, or 9, but it can't be 9. So this is 7 or 8 are the only possibilities. Which means probably if I'm interested, I can force this. So if this is an 8, then that's 9 and 8 is 17. 25 minus 17 is 8. So I would need these to be 1, 2, 5. If this is which they could be. Otherwise, this could be 3 and 6 and a 7, which would be 16. 25 minus 16 is 9, so I'd need these to be 9. And they can't be 9. Okay, so that doesn't work. Because to be 9, they'd have to be 1, 2, 6, 1, 3, 5, or 2, 3, 4, none of which they can be. So this can't be a 7. This can only be an 8. And these now need to be 1, 2, 5, so this is not a 4. And this is a 2. So this is not a 2. It's a 4. That being a 1, 5 means these aren't 1. Aren't 1. There's our 2, 4 pair. So this isn't 2 or 4. Okay. So this can't be a 3 anymore because there's a 3, 6 gone down here. So this can't be a 3. So this is 1, 2, or 4. There's a 2, 4 here. So this is not a 2. 4 in box 9 forces the 19 cage. Yeah, 4 in box 9 forces the... Okay, so this is a 19 cage that has a 4 in it, definitively, in one of these two cells. And so if it is 9 and 4, sum to 13, and this is a 19... Yes. So we need the rest of the digits to sum to 6. They can only do that as 1, 5. So this is 1, 4, 5. Good spot to Sayori there. So that gives us a 1, 4, 5 triple for the column. So this is 2, but not 3, not 4, not 5. 6 and 7, not 8 or 9. So this is 2, 6, 7. So this isn't 3, by the way. So that is 3. This I could have done before. Just across that various bouncy bounce. Okay. Then 1 in pink. Oh, I think the 1 in pink being referred to as this 1 in pink. 2's already in box 6. Ah, yes, 2's already in box 6. Beautiful. Point to J40. So that is a 2. So that's a 1. So that's a 2. So I need these two to sum to 11. If this were a 7, I'd need this to be a 4, and it can't be. So this is a 6 and a 5. Hopefully, yeah, that works. Okay, so these are not 6. That one's not 5 either. These aren't 8, while I'm saying things that things aren't. Does make that a 7. Makes these not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That makes these a 6 and a 9. Which makes these two cells a... this is a 6 because there's a 9 in the box. So these two cells are a 3 and a 7. 7 is not consecutive with any of these digits, so this is not a 7. So this is the 3 and this is the 7. The 3 here is only next to 4, so that's the 4. So this is not 4 or in the corner. I probably don't need these 5 corner marks anymore. I have no idea what the total of this cage is, but let's find out. It's 30. Okay, so currently it sums to 22. So I need these two to sum to 8 without being 3, 5, or 1, 7. So they have to be 2, 6. So none of these are 6. Wasn't as dramatic as I'd hoped, I'm going to be honest. It does a lot in this box, though. Because in this box now, I have 7 of the 9 digits. So there is a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 and 7. And so now the 7 here makes that a 6 and a 2. The 2 rules off both a 1 and a 2, making this a 3, 6. The 1 comes over here and sorts out the 5 and the 1, which sorts out the 5 and the 1. The 4 sorts out the 8 and the 4. This digit should be known. It's an 8. So these digits, I should know what they are. Should be a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 5, 9 is what is left down here. I don't know that I can do a lot with that yet. Let's see. I'm told the 11 cage must be 2, 3, 6 because it can't have a 1 or a 5. So the minimum it could be... Actually, yeah, the absolute minimum it can be is 2, 3, 6. And 2, 3, 6 is 11. So yeah, this needs to be minimized. 2, 3, 6. Good spot to JLib. So I should look at 2 pencil marks in a minute and figure out what on earth is going with 2s. But there's a 2 in this cage, so this is a 4, and this is a 2. This row needs 1. We've got a 2, 3. No, sorry, it doesn't need a 1. We've got a 1. We've got a 2. We've got a 3. We've got a 4. We've got a 5. So we need a 6, 7, 8, 9. But not a 6. We just need a 7, 8, 9. We've got the 6 already hanging out over there. Oh, Martin saw it as well. Excellent. Oh, these aren't 7 because we've put a 7 down there. Who knows how? But we should not ask questions at this point. This isn't a 1 anymore, owing to this 1 down here. So this is 1, 2, 4, or 8, but it's not a 2. So this is 1, 4, or 8. Oh, it's not a 1 either. This is 4 or 8. And it always has a 4 on it. So none of these are 4. Good spot by JLib. So yeah, so one of these is always a 4. And this isn't 4 anymore. No problem. This has been a fun puzzle and has been very smooth. These aren't 9. That's not 4 or 7. It is 8, and 8 alone. So that's a 9. These aren't 8. That's not 9. That's not 9. That's a 5, 6 pair. So this is a 4, 7 pair. So this isn't a 6. That 9 sorts out the 3 and the 9. The 3 sorts out that this is a 2, which makes this a 4 and an 8. It's a 3, 6 pair. Oh, the 6 looks up and gives me a 3 and a 6. Oops. A 3 and a 6. My only complaint is that I can't see the cage totals when I write on them. That is my only complaint about the puzzle. This is a 1, just to finish the box. Let's see. Did that sort out anything further? I don't think yet it has. Okay, what is this cage total? It is 29. And it currently sums to 9, 17... 18. So I need these two to sum to 11. So they're either 2 and 9 or 3 and 8. Well, they can't be 3 and 8. So they are 2 and 9, if I did that math correctly. And this is 7 and 9. The 2 is not next to a 4, so this is not a 4. That's not a 4 either. Let's see. These digits are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, these are a 4, 5. These aren't a 9 because there's a 9 in the box. I'm avoiding 2 here because this is a 43 cage, if I remember correctly, but let me double check. Yes, it is a 43 cage. So not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is a 6. So this is a 6, 9 pair, which is going to sort out the 5 and the 6. This is going to be a 4 or a 7 to finish the row. These digits are going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Well, this cannot possibly be a 1 or a 4, so it is a 7 or an 8. This can't be an 8 because of the column. Let's see. Okay, so... Oh, I should finish this row. This row needs a 1. We've got a 2, 3. We need a 4. We got a 5. We need a... No, we've got a 6. And we need a 7. Those are 1, 4, 7. Okay, so this is never a 1 because of the 3, 6 that it's next to. Very annoying that this this could actually go either way as a 4, 7. Oh, so blue has a 1, 4, 7 triple in it. So that means we should be able to figure out what the remaining cell is. So this is summing to 15 without use. So 1, 4, and 7 is 12. So I need a 3 to go there exactly. Means I probably know what this is. It's not a 9 or a 2, so it's a 5. Let's see, what are these two digits? These two digits are a 2 and a 5. Yep, these are 2 and 5 in some order. Okay. Okay, so I can figure out. Yeah, I've got to be looking at somehow all of these cage sums at once. I have 7-8 pair in column 1. I do have 7-8 pair in column. Okay. I think Niverio has just saved me from having to think. Because there's a 7-8 pair in column 1, and so I think I don't actually have to think about this. So this is going to be a 4, which is going to make that a 3 and that a 6. The 7-8 pair, the 6 is going to look up there and make that a 9 and that a 6, which is going to make that a 7. This is therefore a 1. This is an 8. A 7 and an 8, a 5 and a 4, a 3 and a 1. The 5 does the 2 and the 5. The 2 does the 9 and the 2. The 1 and the 4 do the 7. And so this is a 4. That's a 1. That's a 7, and that's a 4. Very nice puzzle. I guess aside from the corner cage total, I would have just preferred you say that every cell is in a cage rather than making... well, I was going to say making me add, but there was no chance I was going to add the digits. Making poor Carl add the totals to see that it totaled to 100 or 405. I think it would have been nicer to avoid someone having to like type all of these into a calculator or whatever. But very nice puzzle. Super smooth. Yeah, this was actually, very smooth, not too difficult. My brain only rebels slightly at using black dots to mean they're in the same region and white dots to mean they're in opposite regions, since I've always used it the opposite direction. But, woohoo! More Crabs wins on the I always bet 7 train. So good enough. Oh yeah, super smooth. I am at a loss of words to say other than yes, it was super smooth all the way through. And super fun. Yeah, I enjoyed all of that, minor usability quirks aside. Alrighty, I'm going to take a short break, and then I'll be right back with more puzzle time. Gonna be honest, I was a little thinking that one was going to take me another 2 hours, but I will take my break while I can, and then I'll be back with something else. Alrighty, welcome back. So good to see Niverio is in chat because we're going to do a Niverio special puzzle. So this is Interlocked by Niverio. This has been very well regarded by the puzzle critics, if you will. So this is a combination of 2 rule sets, or 3 rule sets, I suppose. Although it would be very traditional for me to forget that it was anti-king for most of the solve. But we have anti-king first of all, so let's cover that first. So anti-king means that if this is a 3, if this is a 3, this can't be a 3 because they are a king's move apart. And likewise, that can't be a 3, that can't be a 3, and that can't be a 3 either. And less facetiously, if this is a 3, this also still can't be a 3 because they're a king's move apart. Well, you see, there's an art to a well-chosen example that I try my very best to exercise. These are whisper lines, which mean digits along them have to be at least 5 apart. So if this was a 4, this would have to be a 9, and this would have to be a 9, which I seem to still have answer check off. So let's turn that on before we make any more egregious mistakes. Oh, hey, TJ, welcome. Glad you could catch me live. Yeah, you still got a few hours left, so if you want to hang out for a while, happy to have you here. Always happy to see new folks or folks who know me from the VOD. It's very weird when you switch from watching someone on VOD to watching them in real time and they talk back. If people in the VOD talk back to you, that's probably a problem. All right. And then we have thermos, and the way thermos work is that of all the digits on the thermo, which I admit I have slight trauma from this shape of thermo from a recent puzzle that I did with this shape of thermo, but the largest digit on the thermo has to go at this tip, and the smallest at this tip, and then it has to go up. So it could go 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10 if there was. The digits have to go up as you wind around the thermo. Alrighty, so that is it for rules about this puzzle. So let's try our best. And Mavericks has to go back to work. So thanks for the puzzle, Mavericks. That was a great contribution to the world Sudoku scene. So first things first, and I don't know that this is going to help at all, but I'm going to note it. 1s and 9s are always immediately restricted once you start talking about thermo nonsense. And that's because if you try and put a 1 on a thermo, well, the digits before it have to be less than it, and so there can't be any digits before it. So the 1 has to go in one of those, the 9 has to go in one of those. I don't think that's going to be it, though. I think maybe I should try asking where the green cell goes in box 1. That's often a good trick. So the green cell in box 1 cannot go any of these places, nor can it go there. Is it possible that I can rule the green cell? There's no way I can rule the green cell out of being there, though. That's not quite right. Okay. Some version of that, I think, though, might be right. Okay, so how about instead of that one, what about this cell? Where does this go in this box? So not any of these places. Not further along the thermo. And so it is true to say that the green cell is in one of 2 places only. It's in one of those 2. It's not what I was hoping for out of my life, if I'm completely honest. Okay, I can good lift these. So These are 6 long, so that means that this digit is at most 4. So 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, that's not right. Try again. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So all I've done here, and I acknowledge that this is a complete mess, but all I've done here is say, okay, the absolute maximum that this cell could ever be is 4, because if it was bigger than 4, I would be at a number higher than 9 by the time I got here. On the other hand, the absolute minimum this could be is a 6, because if I started with a number smaller than 6, I would be at a negative number by the time I got here. So we've got all of these digits, and so sometimes, I did not think this is where this puzzle is going, but sometimes in thermo puzzles, you're just looking for like an honest quadruple or something, which I do not see as of yet. Row 2, column 1 cannot be a 4. Okay, Neil's point was this cell can't go on the other thermo anywhere. I don't see why. Why can't it go there? Oh, because of King's move. Right. Right. As predicted, I would completely forget about the King's move. Okay. Yes, this cell can't go on the other thermo. And so this cell, because it can't go on this thermo, means that actually, by the time I get to this cell, I can't be at 4 anymore. Because there have to be... because if this was a 4, it would make this a 1, 2, 3, and this a 1, 2, 3 triple, and it would see it. That will not work. And so this can't be 4, which means this can't be 5, and this can't be 6. This cell can't go on the other thermo either, which I suspect we can maybe do a similar trick with. Yeah, this can't go on the other thermo. So this digit can't be a 6, because if this was a 6, then this would need to be 7, 8, 9, but so would this, and they would see each other. So this can't be a 6. So that can't be a 5, and that can't be a 4. So we've already got that much out of the way. This digit... No, I think we didn't already do this one, but I don't think it does anything. Oh, no, it does. This digit means that this digit can't be a 3. Because if this digit was a 3, it would force that to be 2, 1, and this would see all of them. So this digit can't be a 3. So, therefore... if this digit can't be a 3, what does that do? Oh, it doesn't do anything. I think is the answer. Let's see. Sayori says row 2, column 1 is not a 7 because of the 7, 8, 9 cell in the block. Right. Same exact pattern. If this was a 7, it would go 7, 8, 9, and that would break this cell. So this is not a 7. So we've got 2, 4, 5, 6s now. That's interesting. Okay, so this can't be a 6 anymore. Well, sorry. I can't have two 4, 5, 6s. If one of these is a 4, 5, 6, they can't both be 4, 5, 6. Because this is at least 4. So this is at least 5. So this is at least 6. And so this is at least 7. Okay. This is at most 6. Oh, right. This is at most 6, so this can't be a 6. This is at most 5, so this can't be a 5. This is now at most 4, so this can't be a 4. This is a really clever setup of these thermos. I'm waiting for the whispers to be relevant. See, now row 2, column 4 can't be a 3. Right. If this were a 3, this would go 3, 2, 1, and this cell would see them all. So this isn't a 3. I don't think this not being able to be a 3 hurts either direction. But this can't be a 7 because of this 7, 8, 9 cell. So this is a 5 or a 6. I don't think it does, Chili. I think these eliminations are sporadic eliminations. That is a very good point. Okay, so chat has identified a point that I think is very relevant, which is that if you look at the purple cells, both of them kind of want to have a 5 involved. But I absolutely cannot put 2 5s in these cells, because if I put 2 5s in these cells, the effect of that is to put a 5 onto this German Whispers line over in this box. So there are not 2 5s in these cells, which I can probably figure out a way to use. So that means one of these 2 cells is definitely a 6. But I don't know how to use that. And one of these 2 is definitely a 4. But I don't see how to use that yet either. But I bet it will get useful. Well, I guarantee you there's 2 4s, 2 5s, or 2 6s, Andrew. So that is a good point, though, because there is 2 of something, and it's 2 4s or 2 6s. So that's going to put a 4 or 6 on this whisper line, which is going to guarantee that this cell is a 4 or a 6, which is going to guarantee that this cell is a 1 or a 9. This cell sees both 4 5s. That is a good catch to add 11. One of these 2 is a 4, so this isn't a 4, because it sees this one by King's move and that one from the box. And there's probably a mirror cell somewhere that sees both of the others. Maybe, possibly, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Yes, now row 2, column 2 can't be 3, so it's a 1 or a 2. Yeah, we have a 1, 2, 3 triple. I'm trying to see if I think anything sees the 1, 2, 3 triple. I don't think quite. Yeah, we're at. I'm really not looking forward to repeating all of this on this piece down here. I will admit, that is not my jam. But we've started to use the whispers, so we can't just repeat it. I don't think. Actually, I think we can just repeat everything down here. Maybe, possibly. Because I think we only really used this string of the whisper. Okay, this cell sees a 1, 2, 3 triple. That is a good point. So this is not a 1. I can probably get rid of my green coloring, although it's probably going to become relevant at some point, but I'm not going to do it for now. Yeah, the whispers are not the same length. 5 must be in box 1, column 1. Yeah, so there's a 5 over here, Martin. Yeah, 4 is also over here. I will agree with that. Row 4, column 2 is not 2. It breaks row 2, column 2. Right. If this cell is 2, it makes that cell 1, which then breaks this cell. Good spot to Sayori. So this is not 2. So this is 3 or 4. Trying to decide if there's a connection between this being 9 and that being a 1 or something like that, but I don't think so. Okay, so yeah, if we just pretend that this all works, then there's going to be a 4 and a 5 over here that's going to look at this 4. I'm hesitant about that because I don't remember the exact extent to which I used this. But I certainly can't have a 4. I think I'm just going to trust that there's a 4 and a 5 over here. I really am not going through all of that again. It was lovely the first time, but I'm not repeating it. I think there's probably a 4 and a 5 over here. So that would make this a 6 and a 1. If true. And so this is Oh, Niverio is telling me just use the 5 and not the 4. Okay. Niverio disagrees with the claim that we can just repeat this stuff. Which is interesting. Okay. Well, gonna have to do it. No choice. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so now let's attempt to reproduce the arguments that we made before. Okay, so I think we started with saying that this could not be... Sorry, I think we started with observing that this digit cannot appear anywhere on the... Oh, sorry, we started with observing this digit cannot be anywhere on the other thermo. And so, therefore, this can't be a 4, because if this was a 4, this cell would see a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple. Maybe that's an easier way to see it. So this isn't a 4, so that's not a 3, that's not a... This isn't a 4, so that's not a 5, and that's not a 6. Likewise, this can't be a 4, because if it was, it would make this 4, 3, 2, 1. All of those cells see this cell. That's not going to work. So this isn't a 4. So this isn't a 5, and that's not a 6. The 7, 8, 9 means this isn't a 7, because then I would have 7, 8, 9 going down there. So that can't be a 7. So that can't be a 6. That can't be a 5. That can't be a 4. This can't be a... No, never mind. This can't be a 3, because it would make this 3, 2, 1, and they would all see this cell. So that's not a 3. I don't think that one trickles backwards, though. Let's see. Row 7, column 6 can't be a 7. There we go. Row 7, column 6, right. If this was a 7, that would go 7, 8, 9, and would break that. That's true, so that can't be a 7. I kind of suspect this can't be a 3, but I don't think we've shown it yet. If this were a 3, it would make this a 4. Why can't this be a 4? This... Yeah, something's wrong here. I did not update my pencil marks. That's why. Because this being at most a 6 means this can't be a 6. This being at most a 5 means that can't be a 5. This being at most a 4 means that can't be a 4. And now, if this is a 3, it does indeed break that cell. So that's not a 3. Okay. So we've got all of this set up. But we have the possibility of a 4 here now. It's still true that in these cells, the exact argument here works. We can't have 2 5s, so we have to have either 2 4s or 2 6s, which makes this cell a 4 or a 6, which makes this cell a 1 or a 9. That part works the same. But we know there was a 4 up here, so we know this is a 6. And so I think that is going to be our first digit. And so we can have the 6y dance from... Oh no, it's not right. What? How is this not a 4 or a 6? We can put that there. Oh, because it could go there. Got it. Got it. It could be on the other end now. That's the asymmetrical part. Okay. So one of these is a 4-6. I don't know which, but this is a 1-9 for what it's worth. Okay. So I don't yet know what's going on. So yeah, this could be the 4 or 6. I know whichever of these repeats goes over here. So one of these two is 4-6. I just don't know which one, but this is a 1-9. 4, 5, 6 triple in column 9. Okay, yeah, so, yes, okay. So Tallcat points out there's a 5 over in one of these because of this 4, 5, 6 triple, and that means there's no 5 over here. So that is going to get us a 6 and a 4. And by some coincidence, we do still get to do the 60 dance. Because of that. Okay. 60 dance. It involves a lot of butt. Real digits! Finally! Real digits! Thank you, Zach. Okay. So this is not a 6. Zach does like to shake his booty. That is not a 7. This is not a 4. So this is not a 3. Going back over here. Let's see. This is an honest 7, 8, 9 triple, but I don't know if it does anything. Let's see. So one of these really is a 5. I don't think I can do anything with one of these really is a 5. I can use Math Pesto's point that one of these two is a 4. The only places in this box for 4 now are over here. So one of those two is a 4, which means this is a 6 and a 1. Which means this is not a 6. Means this is not a 7. And now the 6 bounces back. And so... Wait, did I just cheat? No, I didn't cheat. I just know that this isn't the 4, because now I'm about to have that this is the 5, and that's the 4. Okay, no, I was right this time, I think. So that being not a 4 means this isn't a... Sorry, means this isn't a 4. That being not a 4 means this isn't a 3. So this is a 1-2 pair, which makes this a 3. This can't be a 2, because if it was a 2, it would make this, it would make a 1-2 pair see this cell, so that's a 3. Puts a 3 up here somewhere. Oops, sorry, reflex. The 1 looks down. I was trying to do more complicated things. 2 and a 1. Thank you, Franco. So this is a 6. Okay, so the 6 is placed. The 6 is here. This is a 7, 8, or 9. But it's not a 9 because this digit is not in either of these two places, so it's here. So these two are the same digit. I'm going to get rid of the purple over here, and I'm going to mark that those two are the same digit just for... just in case it becomes relevant. We'll do that. Okay. So now we know there's a 4 placed over on this line, and it's not here. So the 4 is here. So this is a 9. This is a low digit. It's a 1 or a 2. this can't be a 9 anymore. So that not being able to be a 9 means that can't be an 8. This 7-8 pair means that's a 9. Let's see. We've got a 7-8-9. So this is a 4-5-6 triple because we've got a 1-2-3 triple and a 7-8-9 triple in this box. So this is a 4, 5, or a 6. And it's not a 6. So this is a 4 or a 5. It's a 4 or a 5. In particular, I guess I should have just asked, where does 6 go in box 1 by Sudoku? Because it had to go there. And so this also has to be a 6, because again, this being a 6 had to correspond to the case that both of these were 6. Hey, Andrew. And so if that's a 6, that's a 7 and an 8. And so that's a 7. I'm just trying to count, but this has the last low digit of the column on it. So these digits are a 5-8 pair. Sorry, they're not necessarily a 5-8 pair, but they're from 158. Oh, and I know this one's not the 5. No, I did that wrong. 6-8. 5-6-8. There we go. And this one's not the 5, so therefore this one is the 5. Yeah, I don't know whether this is a 6 or an 8 yet. But there's a 6 or an 8 on this this Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so this is an 8 or a 9, which completes my 7, 8, 9 triple for the column. So I can fill in the rest of the column, which is that it needs a 2, 4, 5, 6. These aren't 6. So these are from 2, 4, 5 only. 2, 3 pair in something. 2, 3 pair in row 1, column 3, and row 1, column 6. Right, this has to be low. Oh, and it can't be a 4. There we go. Okay, so excellent point. So this has to be low. It's not a 1 and it's not a 4. So it's a 2 or a 3, which makes this a 2, 3 pair, which makes this a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 collective. In order to make that. This is not a 9, by the way, because it sees a 9 by King's Move. I will occasionally remember that. Andrew with a smart point. I can't put a 6 on this whisper line because if I did, it would be a 1, 6, and this cell can be neither 1 nor 6. So therefore, that's the 6, and this is a 1. Sorry, this whisper has an 8 on it. It is an 8 and a low digit that is a 1, 2, or 3. That's not a 3. This is not a 1. Oh, 6 is placed in box 5 by King's Move, so it is. Nice spot, John. Okay, so now 6 is placed in box 4 by Ordinary Sudoku. And over here by Ordinary Sudoku. This is not a 6. Okay, so now we've got all the 6s. Let's see. At 11 asks about 5 in box 7. 5 in box 7 is here. Good point. And sorry, I think you said that earlier and I missed it at the time. Uh, five in box 6. Oh, this isn't a 5 anymore. Yep, and so Andrew points out 5 in box 6 we actually can do there. And so now 5 by King's Move is going to go in one of these two spots in this box. Not both of them, only one of them. Let's see. Sorry, Liz. Haha, beautiful. Okay, the 5 sees that by King's Move 2. So that's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 5, because if I made this a 4, I'd need to put a 4 up here, and I definitely cannot. So that's a 5. So this is not a 4. In fact, yeah, one of these two is a 5, but I don't know which yet. So that's a 4. This is not a 4. I know one of these two is a 4, but I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. 5 in box 3. Now, we got the 5 in box 3. 4 in row 6 is not there, or there, or there. It's there. Good spot to Sayori for that one. 4 in box 1 we got... wait, no, that was not right. Sorry, I did that wrong. The 4 could go here in row 6. It is true to say that the 4 goes in one of these two places, though. Row 6. Sorry, that's not the right row 6. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Yeah, 4 in row 6 is actually legitimately placed here. The other row 6, yeah. I'm never quite sure what row 6 people have in mind. But now 4 in row 4, by what we erroneously did before, now it has to go here. I am glad someone enjoys it, 11ticles. Let's see. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, these are 1, 2, 3, not 6. I made up the 6. 1, 2, 3 is all they are. So this is not a 2. 5 in box 5 is placed on the pencil mark, I am told. How did this stop being a 5? Oh, yes, that stopped being a 5 because of King's Move. So, yeah, this is a 5. One of these two is a 5, but I don't think I know which one as of yet. I know one of these two is a 7, but that doesn't get me any eliminations, I don't believe. Pointing 7 into box 5. So 7's not in any of these places. Why is the 7 not in one of these two places? Right. There are pointing threes here. J Dyer points out. So this is not a 3. Yep, and then Stephen Miller says the same thing. Agree. Oh, the 7s in box 5 all see yellow is the point. Okay, so 7. Got it. Okay, that's very clever. Okay. So these are the 2 spots that 7 can go in box 5, and both of them see yellow. So yellow is 8, which is great because it means that's 9 and that's 7. Beautiful. Okay, so now this is the 8. This is a 1 or a 2. Let's see. We probably placed an 8 here while we're at it. So that's not an 8. Let's see. 8 in this box, maybe? Ah, yes. 8. No, that's not quite good enough. Yeah, that was a really nice spot. That was very slick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not 7. This is not 9 by King's Move. This 8 gives me the 9, which gives me the 5, which gives me the 8 up here. Unfortunately, that being a 9 didn't really tell me anything about that, but that's okay. Can place 7 in box 6. Or 7. Seven in box 7. Yes, I can. That is the 7. Good. Okay. So this is 1 or 3, right? That's what's left is 1, 2, and 3. So this is 1 or 3. So therefore, this is a 2. So that's not a 2. Let's see. I thought I had finished the 8s, but apparently I have not. That's an 8. And that's an 8. Thank you, chat. Oh, and that's not all of them either, because there's still one hanging out in the bet cell. So congratulations to those of you who bet 8. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. This is not 2. That might be it. That may not have been as helpful as I'd hoped either. 9 in row 8. Yes, row 8 is all but done. It just needs a 9 to finish off, so these aren't 9. Congratulations, John. Is this your first bet cell victory, or have you long been a bet cell champion? Let's see. These are 2 and 3. Okay, these are 2 and 3, so that's never 2 because it sees it by King's Move no matter what. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 5, 7. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 5. So that one is a 5. Oh, this is a 1, 2, 7 triple, so that's a 9. So that's not a 9. For whatever that is worth. Very little, I expect. the 7 in column 4 is placed by King's Move because it can't go either of these places. So the 7 in column 4 goes here. So this is 1 or 2. Well, I'm happy I could help provide that for you, John. Let's see. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So these are from, that one's not 1. King's Move in row 9. Ah, yes, King's Move in row 9. Very good. 7 goes here. And 7. So 1 looks up here. I do need a 7 in one of these two cells, but I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. Row 3, column 6. Can't be 9. Because it rules out all the spots for 9, right? It's the two places for 9 in box 5 are these two, so this can't be 9. Very good spot, Sayori. So then the only spot for 9 in this box is here. So now the only spot for 9 in this box is here. So now the only spot for 9 in this box is here. This is a 1, 2, or 3. This is a 1 just by Sudoku. This is a 2, 3, or 7 by the column. Keep squinting to see if there's anything I'm missing from King's Move. Let's see. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 1 or a 2. So this is also a 4 or a 7, I believe, for the column. One looks left in row 2. Very good. So that's a 2 and a 3 and a 1. That should do a lot of damage. So these aren't 2. That's not 2. So that is 2, which looks over here at the 1. Okay, this is a 2, 4, 7, so that's not a 2. It is a 1 or a 3. That one's not a 1 because of the 1 there. That's a 2, 3 pair, which places a 1 here. Makes that a 3 and that a 1. Makes that a 3 and that a 1. That 2 makes that a 3 and that a 2. That 3 makes that a 2 and that a 3. This can't be a 3 anymore. Sorry, I deleted the wrong candidate. This can't be a 3 anymore. Let's see. Now, assuredly, it is some King's Move thing, isn't it? This is 2, 3, 7 to finish off the column, I believe. Oh, row 1, I can find the secret. Ken has revealed the secret that row 1, if I look very carefully, I can solve. Okay, so that is a 2, a 7, a 3, a 7, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 2, a 4, a 7. Very nice. I really liked the careful study of this pattern. I really wish you had not made me do it twice. I did not enjoy doing it the second time. Doing it the first time was very cool. But so I really liked the first half of the puzzle. And then the second half less so. But very cool structure. Like the way that these are all tied together is very nifty. Next time, just do them simultaneously. Yeah, that I probably should have really good lift just done everything in parallel. But I did not. But very cool. The intricacy of this was really cool. But we did do, like, we figured out, like, we started thinking about moving it just after we were able to copy it, because we had just used this in some capacity that I would have to go back and watch to fully understand. But by the time we sort of got there, we could no longer copy it, so we had to repeat it. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be back with more puzzles. See you all very shortly. welcome back, everyone. I'm going to keep the Whisper train going, and we're going to look at this Whisper and Tropic Lines puzzle from Jeremy Dover and Raumplaner. So the Whispers work just like before. Along the green lines, your digits have to be at least 5 apart. But then instead of that, the orange lines care about high, mid, lowity. Friend of the channel, Renbon, will make an appearance eventually, I assume. So these need to, every 3 consecutive digits need to have a high, a mid, and a low. That is 1 of 1, 2, 3, 1 of 4, 5, 6, and 1 of 7, 8, 9. The difference does not matter. And that's it for this puzzle. I think for this puzzle, I'm going to color the lows in blue, the highs in orange, and the mids in yellow. So I know that this is also, I know this is also low. So yes, the Renbon union is concerned. So this is a 2 or a 3. So okay. So Sayori has the break-in, which is that where do 4, 5, and 6 go in box 7? Only one of them can go on an entropic line because they're all middle. And 5 isn't allowed to go on a Whisper line at all because there's nothing 5 away from 5. You just can't imagine a number like that. And so that means the 4 and the 6 in this box are on the Whisper line, which means they're here. Exactly. 4 and 6 on Whisper lines only go next to 1 and 9. So we've got our 4 and 6, we've got our 1 and 9, and so that's already a pretty cool way to start out the world. Now, exactly the same thing happens over in this side of the world, which is that we have a 5 on the Whisper line. Sorry, not a 5. We have a 5 not on the Whisper line, and so we need our 4-6 pair here. And so those are going to go with a 1-9. And then some other stuff. Oh, bet cell. How about that cell? That looks nice and innocent. Now, this digit is our first digit of the puzzle. It's a 5. Because I need to put a 5 in this box. It can't go in this column. Have a good night, Niverio. So this digit is a 5. And so we get to bring in Zach for the 5 dance, which is, I believe, the flippiest of the dances, if I recall. It is like cartwheeling penguins. Doop, doop, doop. 5 dance, do 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 do. 5 dance, do 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 do. 5 dance, do 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 do. 5 dance. I'm attempting to make up with 5s, Admiral Malcor. We'll see how it goes. It's tense, to say the least, between me and 5s. Possibly because I designed an entire challenge around them not working. But Zach has always had a closer relationship with 5s than I have. The 5s can't go in row 8, column 3. Right. Because the 5 on this entropy line is the middle digit. And so if I put a 5 here, it would also put a 5 here. Great spot from Tallcat. So there's actually a 5 somewhere over on this entropic line, believe it or not. Let's see. These two are the same high-lowity. Yeah, I don't quite know what to make of that. I know this isn't a middle piece. So, because this sees 4, 5, and 6 on the entropic line. Oh, let's see. Sayori asks about where 4s and 6s are in this column. They can't be in any of these cells or any of these cells. So they are all up here. Which is interesting because it means that this has to be the mid digit. So that's my yellow digit. That digit could be yellow as well. I don't know if it's a 4, 5, or a 6, but it's definitely the middle one because this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. In fact, I could write it that way. That would probably make more sense. That one's not a 5. So this is a 1 or a 9. It's that 1 or 9. So the 4 and the 6 in this box are over here. These are the same high-lowity, or the same high-mid-lowity, and it's not middle. So these are either both high or both low. And so either all of the highs or all of the lows are gone in the column. Okay. Andrew asks where the other 4, 6 goes in row 8. And it can't go on this because this has its requisite 2 middles. It can't go here for lots of reasons. So the other one goes here, which is actually forces that these are the mediums of this entropic line. It's very nice. So, unfortunately, could this be the last 4, 5, 6? I think this could be the last 4, 5, 6 for the box. Oh, well, there's no more 4, 5, 6s here, here, here. Okay, so there's definitely a 4 or a 6 on this line. It's just a question of where. And I guess it could be any of these 3. At least from looking at it naively. I don't know that I ever even, for whatever reason, I never pencil marked this, but 5 goes in one of these cells. So 5 goes in one of these cells. But Chad is pointing out that actually I should ask about 6s in this box. And 6s cannot go in these cells because it would place a 1 into this row. 6s can't go in these cells because it would place a 1 in this row. And 6 can't go in any of those places because it would place 2 1s into the box. So this is actually a 5-6 pair. And so that gives us the 4, the 9, the 1, and the 6, which we can color real quick. So these are mid. That is high, and that is low. So this has to be high. This has to be low. Sorry, I did not do low good. This has to be low. So this is a 2 or a 3. This is a 7 or an 8. These are both mid. One of these two is a 4. Do I know which one? Yes, this can't be a 4. Because if this is a 4, it places a 9 there and there, which is not a problem, except that there's already a 9. So this is where the 4 goes on this whisper line. And so that's a 9. So this is going to go low, high. Now, this can't be a middle digit. Sorry, the 4 is not blue. 4 is yellow. This can't be a middle digit because all the middle digits are going in the box. Let's just do it that way. Likewise, this can't, this can't, this can't, this can't. All the middle digits are going in this column, so this is orange and blue. This can't be a middle digit because if it was 5. It would be 5. So this is orange, and this is blue. And now this is probably going to turn out to be a middle digit, but I don't know yet. So this is a 7 or an 8. These are a 7-8 pair. So this digit... Oh, no, don't listen to me. I don't know. These are from 1, 2, 3. There's definitely a 1 here. This is a 7-8. So we actually have a 7-8 pair. Okay, so this can't be a 3 because there's a 7-8 pair next to it on a whispers. So there we go. Okay, so John has a point, which is that this cell, I actually now know what it is. It's not medium, because if it's middle, it can't go... actually, if I actually colored goodly, I know there were no middles in this column, and I don't even have to think about that. So this cell sees every middle and every high, so therefore it is low. And therefore these are both high. And therefore this is low, and since it's a 1 or a 9, for some reason that I don't remember, it's a 1. Oh, it's because of this digit, so that's a 6. And so this is likewise unable to be... I did not done great at coloring. This is unable to be yellow because because all 3 of the yellows in the column are already gone. So this is blue. These are a 2, 3 pair, which makes this an 8 or a 9. All right, Sayori has a point. Row 1, column 3 has to be a 6. 4, 6 in box 1 can't be together on the entropic line. Right, I can't put 4 and 6 there. This can't be... right, okay. So this digit has to be a 4 or a 6. And so it has to be a 6. Okay, let me go over that real quick. So 4 and 6 in this box are forced by Sudoku into these 3 cells. But if I put a 4 and a 6 next to each other on an entropic line, I've put two mid digits next to each other, and that is beyond the pale. So this is one of them, this cell. And so which is it, a 4 or a 6? Well, it can only be a 6, with that being a 1, and so that's a 2. So one of these is a 6, for whatever it's worth. There has to be a 3 in these cells because I need a low digit here, right? No, I don't. No, don't listen to me. I don't know that. No, in fact, actually, the 3's over here because I need an extra low digit in this column. So the 3's over here, and I could ask. So this is actually a 3-5 pair if I want to write it in. So the bet cell is a 3 or a 5. Good luck, Bremster. So this is a 2. So this is a 1-3 pair, and I know the order. So these are both 8s because only 8 whispers 3. So that's a 7. That's a 7. The 2 now, that's a 3, by the way. And so that's an 8. I guess also Sudoku-logically it's an 8. So now this is now there's a 2 in here. Okay, so these digits, let me just fill in. What are the digits? They're a 4 and a 9. And so these are both low because they're the other one. So these are 1, 2, 3. And that one's not 2. Actually, this one's a 3. So that's a 1. Okay, so the other blue digit in this column is up here. And that means these are both orange. Because I've used all the blue digits and all the yellow digits in this box. So these are 7, 8, 9. And that one's not 7, that one's not 8. One looks down in column 5. The 1 does look down in column 5, which makes this a 9, which is going to be huge. I'm uncertain if I am getting at the thing that Ranks wants me to get at with column 3 or not. Because I could believe that I just did exactly what he wanted, or that I did not. This is orange and this is blue, because all the oranges are done here. So this is a 2 or a 3. This is a 9. One of these two is a 9. I do not know which. This is a 1, by the way, while we're doing things that are things. Also, 9 goes next to a 4, and 1 goes next to a 6. These aren't 4 anymore. They're a 5, 6 pair. There's a 9 on here, but not a 1. But there is a 4 on here somewhere. One of these two is a 9. Let's see. This digit. This digit sees every high in the row and every low in the box. So this is a middle digit. I don't quite have the same luck with the others, I don't think. Where does... No, never mind, sorry. I was going to say something which was going to prove problematic. This digit's going to be high. I should fill in. And this digit's going to be low, because neither of these can be middle because of where they are in their respective whisper lines. So this is a 7, 8. This is a 2, 3. Let's see. Good point. Okay. These two cells, Ranks points out, cannot be low. They see every low. So every 3 consecutive digits on an entropic line need a low, but these two aren't it. So these two are both low. Gorgeous spot, and gorgeous setting, by the way. That was really cool. I don't think I have ever seen that before. So these are 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 3. That one's not a 1. And now row 5 coloring is done because this is yellow. Thank you, Ransk. Would not want to miss a chance to do more coloring. 4, 6, 4, 6. Oh, we can use Tallcat's point from before, from much, much ago. These two cells are the same color. What color is it? They have to both be blue because there's 2 oranges in the row already. Okay, so Tallcat gave us that gift a long time ago, and I just did not really process that it was also going to be true of this, because these 2 cells are the same high, mid, lowity, and the only option is that they're both blue. So that is a 2. That is a 3. This is an orange. And this is a blue. So this is a 7 or an 8. This is a 1, 2, or 3. I think this is going to tell us what the bet cell is. So that's a 2. That's a 1. Maybe not. That's not a 1. So where is the 1? The 1, therefore, is here in the row. Okay, so now one of these 2 has to be a low digit, but it can't be 1, 2, or 3. So one of these 2 is a 4. Which is it? Well, it can't be that one. So this is a 4. So that's a blue. These are both high and both 9. This is a low. Wait, what? Did I break the puzzle? I feel like I broke the puzzle. Oh, no, 4 is yellow. Thank you. Yes. Right, except that 4 is yellow. Thank you. 4 is yellow. There we go. This is blue. And so this is a 2. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 3. It's a 5 and a 3. The bet cell is a 3. Congratulations, Bremster. That is a yellow and a blue. Bye now. Okay. One of these is orange. I don't know which, but that means this isn't orange. So this has to be yellow. But now that I know that that's yellow, I know that this is yellow. And so now I know that these are both orange. So this is a 7 or an 8. These are 5 or 6. This is a 7 or an 8. I know nothing about this other than that 7, 8, or 9. This sees every... Never mind, I don't think I care about that. This 9 sees this 8. Sees this 7 and this 8 and that 7. This is a 4 and that's a 5 and that's a 6 and that's a 5. I do need a 2 in this row and it has to go here. So therefore this is the orange 8. So that's a 7. So this is not a 7 or an 8, so it's a 9. So this cell now can't be high. Oh. When did we place this? Well, poo. I was all excited to finally be able to say that this can't be high or low, so it has to be middle, which is true. But that also was true as soon as I placed a 9 here. So we'll do that and just go on with our lives. Okay. So this is blue. This is orange. Let's see. I need an extra orange up here and an extra yellow up here. I don't immediately see how to do that, but I do see how to fill in some more cells. So that's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 7. This is a 5 or a 6. And so this is the 4. So that's going to disambiguate these, because now this is high and this is medium. So now this is medium. So now this is high. This is medium. Yes. So this is high. So now I think I somehow don't yet see exactly how this is going to disambiguate down here, but let's go ahead and fill in some more digits. We'll be careful. Let's see. This is a 5 or a 6. This is a 9. That's a 4 and a 9. This cell, excellent point. Okay. Carl has it. This cell sees every high digit, so it's not high. It sees 7, 8, and 9. So this is therefore a 5. And then our entropic line is going to continue like that. I think Carl saw a different cell with the same property, but same idea. So that's a 5 and that's a 5. That's a 7. That's an 8. This is a 5. That's a 6 and a 5 and a 6 and a 4 and a 6 and a 4. And the 6 sees a 5 and a 6. And a 7. 555 minutes, not bad. Apparently I've had this puzzle open for a bit. That was a really nice puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. I think it was probably faster than 555 minutes, in fact, but that was just glorious. I mean, this is everything Zetas want in a puzzle. It is just pristine work in terms the combination, everything. Just those the 5s are taunting me. It probably is the 5s that are taunting me. The 5s, they have been planning their revenge this whole time, even though I let Zach do a digit dance for the 5, but the 5s still are going to get me. All right, so there's been a request from chat that I find something with Ren bonds in it, so I am going to take a short break and try to find something with Ren bonds in it. So I will be back shortly, possibly with something with Ren bonds in it. Welcome back. I did indeed find a puzzle with Renbon in it. And so I even better found a puzzle with both Renbon and region sumlines in it. So we're going to do Xenonetix's Dali's region sumlines. So every line in this puzzle is both... Yeah, I started at the top and just started scrolling for Renbon. And this was the second one I came across. Because the first one I came across was a Renbon skyscraper. And experience tells me that 7 hours into a stream, my skyscraper logic is not the best. Don't worry, the Renbon skyscraper will eventually appear. So these lines must contain a string of consecutive digits, so they could, for example, contain 3, 4, 5, 6. That would be a perfectly acceptable way to fill these in. And in any order. The order does not matter. Probably this would be the 4, but, you know, you do you. But also, these are also region sum lines. So the sum of this cell is equal to the sum of these two cells. So basically, this one is an arrow. This digit is the sum of these two. But in this case, these two digits have the same sum as these two digits. Or these 3 digits have the same sum as these 4 digits. So that is what we have to do for this puzzle. So wish us luck. We can get a digit literally immediately, as several people in chat are pointing out, because... what else could this be? So this digit has to be the biggest, because it has to be bigger than both of these. So what's the smallest this could be? 3. What's the smallest this could be? Well, also 3, right? And so this is going to be a 3, and we're going to get Zach to do the famous 3 dance. Which I seem to recall is rather curvy. 3 dance. Yep, 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 yep. Zach missed doing the nothing dance, so he started doing a little bit of that. But 3 dance. 3 dance. 3 dance. Woo, 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 woo. Sometimes he improvs. He doesn't always stick strictly to the assigned given digit dance. Thank you, Zach. This is a 1-2, and we get to do exactly the same thing here. This is a 1-2. And we get to do exactly the same thing here. 3 with a 1-2. Okay. Zach on fire, yes. Excellent. I am glad that there are other appreciators of the fine penguin dancing. So this line is very interesting because it needs to be 5 long. So the first thing you see is it has to have a 5 on it, and the 5 has to go down here. But it also doesn't have a 1, 2, or 3 on it. And so the digits that are on this are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. However, it's 5 long, and so if I made it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, there's a huge problem. which is that if I make this 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then the sum is 35. And 35 is not even, which is a problem if this string of digits is going to be equal to this string of digits. So it's not that, it's the other one. These still aren't 5, though. And in fact, now I can do the sum. So the sum in total of 4 through 8 is something. 4, 5, 6 is 15. 7, 8 is 15. So this has to be the 7, 8 up here and the 4, 5, 6 down here. Oops. So the absolute, the maximum and the minimum ended up agreeing again. So we got that. Now this digit down here. So where does the other 7, 8 in column 3 go? Not there. So the other 7, 8 in column 3 goes here. Well, the other 7, 8 in column 3 therefore must be an 8. So this is an 8, and that's a 7, and that's an 8. And now we get this digit for free. It is a something. It's a 9. We got there eventually. And now Alima points out 4 is now placed by Sudoku here, and therefore we can count to 6 and put a 6 there. It means there's a 6 over here somewhere. Yeah, this is a very cool concept. This is actually the second puzzle with this rule set I've done, but it's a cool rule set, so I am not complaining about doing it more than once. But Tallcat did a same puzzle, or did the same puzzle here, or did a puzzle with the same rule set, that also I think is Tallcat's easiest puzzle. Okay, Ranks points out I can do exactly the same odd-even trick here. This is 7 long. And so if I start it with an even number, then I end it with an even number. And so then I would end up with, sorry, if I start with an odd number, just imagine that this is a string. This is, if I start it with an odd number, then I end up with an even number. Okay, let me try and explain what I'm doing, because I imagine this makes no sense. So this string of digits is going to be a string of consecutive digits, and I'm imagining that they're in order, just so I can highlight. These are the ones that are the same parity. And so whatever this parity is, there's an even number of it. The other parity, there's an odd number of it. So this must be the one, so there must be 3 evens, which means it doesn't start with an even, it starts with an odd, which means that we know what this is. It is 9, 8, well, we've got the 8 already, 7, 6, 5, 4. Is that enough digits? That doesn't sound like enough digits. That's only, that's 6 digits. I think I need a 3. We're just going to throw a 3 in there and call it good. This is 7 long, right? Yep, there we go. Okay. None of these are 7. That one's not 7 either. These aren't 5. That one's not 3. That one's not 3. I highly doubt that one of these is 3. Let's see. This one's not 6 either. These aren't 4 either. So what is the minimum this side can end up summing to? Would be 8, 3, 4, 5. They add to 42. Yes, they do add to 42 because it's 45 minus 2. That I should have done that, but I did not. So I need to make this side add to 21. If I throw in a 9, that's not going to happen, because if I throw in a 9, those already add to 17, and then I would need 2 cells to add to 4. That's not going to happen, so there's no 9 over here. So these do add to... these add to 17, so I need to make this a 4 to make it 21. And then these aren't 4, 3, or 6. So they are 5, 7, 9. Very nice. So now I know what these digits are. They are a 5 and a 9. So these two digits are a, let's see, I need a 1 and a 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, these are 1, 2, 7. If you ask about the rules for frac, I am sure there are many people here who could answer the question. I made the puzzle, so I can probably answer the question, but probably there are other people who will be happy to answer the question for you too. So go ahead. These digits are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 3, 7, 8. Let's see. Okay, if this were 3, that would not work in any universe. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total cells on this line. If this was an 8, the total of the line would have to be 8, 16, 24, 32. And I don't think I can make a 7-cell Renbon sum to 32. Am I sure about that 3? So I think this wants to be a 7, but I'm now not sure. Can't be an 8 because nowhere on the line to place a 4. Gorgeous. That is a beautiful way to see it, Glem Hippo. I was trying not to have to do like divisibility by 7 and that kind of thing. Yes. If this was an 8, I would need to make all of these pairs add to 8, and then I could not use 4. Okay. That is the proof from the book. That this is 7. Okay. So, I do understand that the triangular number for 7 is 28. Let's see. So there's a 7 over here somewhere. I do need a 3 and a 4, and the 3 and the 4 can't go anywhere but here. Is a good way to look at that, Alima points out. So this is a 3 and a 4. Oh, and we can even fill in the digits. That's a 4, that's 3. Okay, so these digits are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess I don't immediately know whether it's 5, 6, 7, 8 or... Oh, I do, because there's no 7 or 8 up here. And so what that means is there is a 7, 8 down here, because there's always a 7, 8 on this this whole razzmatazz. But now the sum is 15, because 7 plus 8 is 15, so that means this must be 6 plus 9. That was cool. I liked that a lot. So this is not 1, 6 or 3, 4, therefore it is 2, 5. And therefore this is 1, 6. I can't repeat any of the ways to sum to 7. So that has to be the way that works. These two digits are a something and a something. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A classic case of the invisible given digits. So this is a 2 and a 1. These aren't 1. Let's see here. 2 in row 2. 2 in row 2 does see a cross. So that's a 5 and that's a 2. Let's see, I don't know where the 5 goes on this Renbon yet. Box 6, 8. Yes, okay, so yeah, the 8, so this 7-8 pair, Afraid Not is pointing out, sees that that's not an 8, and sees that this is an 8. Thank you, Afraid Not. Sorry about that time we banned you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is what these are. This isn't a 4. Let's see. 3 in box 3. I am being encouraged to explore. 3 in box 3 is in one of these two places. Let's see. Oh, by the way, I should answer your question, because I said I would answer your question, Merlin. A digit in a circle indicates the number of digits on that particular segment of the line. The circled number is counted as one of the digits. So in frac, this 3 sees up and sees that 8 and that 3. 6 in row 4. Yes, 6 in row 4. Not in any of these cells because of the 6 in the box. And not in any of these cells. So the 6 in row 4 is there. Very smart. The 1 in row 4, by exactly the same token, goes there for exactly the same reason. So these digits I can fill in. There's a 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 9 to deal with. Let's see. What are these numbers? These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's not an 8. Okay, so this is a 3 or a 5. Even 5 is too far away from 9 for this to be a 9. So this is not a 9. I should just fill in what these two are. That probably also will help my life. For example, as Tony points out, the 7 goes right here. 1, 2, and then this is not a 3. This is a 4. Okay. So that is a 4. So now if this goes... So these two can't be 4, 5. Because if these were 4, 5, this would be a 3. No, this could be 4, 5, 3, 6. Never mind. I was going to say something silly. But this is always the 3. Because this is either 4, 2, in which case we need a 3, or this is 4, 5, in which case we need a 3. So we always need this to be a 3, regardless of which way we go. That's cute. Oops. That was less cute. That was more horrifying. Okay, so if this is a 4, 2, then these sum to... Oh, well, that's not going to work. If this is a 4, 2, these sum to 6, and this would need to be a second 3, so that's not going to work. Because it's Renbon, Logan, and so if I had a 4 and a 2 on the line, I would need a 3 on the line somewhere, and that would be the only place it could go. So if this is a 4-2, then this would need to be a 3-3, and that's not going to work. So this is a 4-5, and so this is the thing I didn't think it was going to be, which it is a 3-4-5-6 Renbon. So that's a 1 and a 6. Yes, sadly, 1-2-4-6 not a valid Renbon. Although I'm imagining a world where there's a special exception to allow just that to be a Renbon. This is a 5 by the power of 5s. Something, something, something. These are a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 1, 2, 4. But that one's the 1. So that's the 2, and that's the 4, and that's the 1. I probably should know what this digit is. That's a 9, so that's a 2 and a 9. That 5 looks up and gives me an 8 and a 5. These digits are... Yes, I love that. Purple lines in this puzzle contain a string of consecutive digits, or exactly 1, 2, 4, 6. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 go in here. Well, they don't go in, but they hang out. Now we can actually sort of start nailing this down, because this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so first of all, if the 8 was not on this line, that would be a huge problem. This is a 3. If this was a 2-3 pair, then I would need to make these sum to 5, sure, 1, 4. And now I would need to make these sum to 5, and the only way that's going to work is with a 0, 5. So that is not great. So this can't be a 2. This has to be an 8 and a 2, which gives us a 1 and a 2. These need to sum to 8. Without being 2, 9 is ridiculous for lots of reasons. They can't be 3, 8 again. They can't be 4, 7. So they have to be 5, 6. And we know the order. And now I need my 4, 7, and my 4, 7 have to go here in this order. And so now we have lots of things going on to make our lives better. So this column, for instance, needs to have a 1, which is going to go here. 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6, which is going to go there. And a 9, which is going to go there. That 7 looks over and does a 9 and a 7. The 9 does a 5 and a 9. The 4 does a 6 and a 4. The 6 does the 3 and the 6. Let's see. This is going to be apparently not a 3. Take 2. Or 7, 8. It's going to be an 8 this time. 7, 8. 1, 7. 5, 4. Yeah, the S cells on the lines. Maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. 1, 2. It's got to be a 3. 5. 2. 1. Nice puzzle. That was very fun. I liked that. Yeah, I wonder if there's some variation on this, because I think the natural tendency is to make very fun, easier puzzles with this idea of sort of combining Renbon with region sum lines. I bet what you could do is you could borrow Playmaker's drunk region sum lines rule, where instead of the regions having the same sum, whenever you cross a box, the sum is either the same or plus or minus 1. And that would take away the number theory stuff, which I would prefer to keep out of my Renbon puzzles most of the time. because then you couldn't do any of these weird modular tricks, and that might open it up to be that might open it up to have a little bit more life in it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with number theory. I am a number theorist, but I tend to dislike it when like puzzles rely on modular arithmetic in each. I don't know why. It's sort of unless it's a very cool use. Well, I figured if it's plus or minus 1, then if it crosses 2 boxes, you get plus or minus 2 in total. But also, in Playmaker's version, I think it was 0 or plus or minus 1. And so if it was always plus or minus 1, then you'd still have the mod 2 trick. But if it's 0 plus or minus 1, then you really don't know what's going on. So there's probably some variation thereof. Odd even, I mean, odd even is technically definitely a mod thing, but I don't know. Parity logic often comes across a little bit cleaner because it's very easy to count odds and evens in your head. I love Rank's horrible idea of the region sums form a Renbon. That is... when someone comes out with a chaos construction that has that exact rule that Ranks put out, and the whole grid is just a giant line, I'm not doing it. Just for the record. But anyway, that was a delightful puzzle. I'm going to take a short break, and then be back with another puzzle. Welcome back. Logan was asking, by the way, in chat, if when I said I didn't like modular stuff, it's really heavy addition things that I tend not to like. It's not like I care, like coloring mod 3. I think coloring mod 3 can be a lot of fun. And, or mod 4 or whatever. And so using, for example, and this is purely a matter of my taste, but using, for example, the fact that a length 3 Renbon has to have a number that is 0 mod 3 on it, that I'm happy with. That doesn't bother me. But when it's thinking about, like, what do you get when you add up all the things on this length 5 Renbon by mod 7 or whatever, then I tend to lose interest. But we have no Renbon in this puzzle for once, and instead we have lockout lines. So this is a feature by, or this is a puzzle by Playmaker. So we have Kropkie dots floating around. So these are the usual Kropkie dots, which indicate if it's a black dot that the two digits are a multiple of 2 apart. So they could be 3 and 6, for example. And the white dots indicate that the digits involved are consecutive, which is how those work. And not all dots are given. So the reason, by the way, if you're newer to Sudoku and you haven't thought about this much, the original puzzles that use these dots tended to give you all of the dots. Almost no puzzles nowadays give you all of the dots. But that's why every rule set from here until eternity is always going to have to clarify that not all dots are given. Alrighty. And then we have lockout lines, which are anti-between lines. So if I put a 2 here and a 7 here, what I'm saying is none of the digits on these lines are between 2 and 7 inclusive. So I could put 1, 8, 9 on the lines. Those would be the only digits that would be allowed here. Every line, or every digit between 2 and 7 is locked out. So we have that. I thought I did a Playmaker lockout lines puzzle since then. But anyway, that is how lockout lines work. But additionally, you need to keep these 2 digits at least 4 apart. So it would be really easy to fill the lockout line if I put a 3 here and then said, I can't put any digits between 2 and 3 on the line. But I cannot do that because 2 and 3 are not, fun fact, at least 4 apart. So those are the rules for the puzzle. Let's see what we can figure out. And randomly my thing changes to green instead of blue. I've got my eye on you. Alrighty. So Sayori is looking at this dot, which is very interesting. Okay. So let's first argue, for example, that this could not possibly be 3, 6. So why can't this possibly be 3, 6? Well, 3 and 6 need to be both not between these 2 digits. So these digits would have to be either between 3 and 6, in which case they'd have to be 4, 5. That's not going to work because 4 and 5, not at least 4 apart. Or they'd have to both be bigger than 3 and 6, in which case then they're at most 7 and 9, with most 2 apart, or both less than 3, 6, and so they're then at most 2 apart. Sorry, at most 1 apart. That's never going to work. 4, 8 goes disastrously in a very similar way, where I can't fit these 2 diamonds between 4 and 8, but I certainly can't make them either both less or both more than 4 and 8. What about 2 and 4? If this is 2 and 4, then I can exactly make these 5 and 9. That is the only way that this will work. So I think these can be 2, 4 if those are 5 and 9. Otherwise, these are 1, 2, 4. Otherwise, these are 1, 2. Ah, good point. Okay, so if these are 2, 4, my brain is so used to between lines I didn't even see this, but Sayori is completely right. If this is 2, 4, these have to be 5, 9, except whichever of them is 9 is going to put an 8 here. And spoiler, I'm not allowed to put an 8 on a lockout line with a 5 and a 9. I was like, yeah, that's beautiful. That's exactly what you... No, this is not between lines. They're lockout lines. So that does not work. Okay, so these are exactly 1, 2. Which means one of these is... okay, so does that force these to be 3, 8? No, it could be... it can't be 4, 9. Oh, but it could be 4, 8. So I think these are 3, 4. One of these is 3 or 4, and then one of them is 7 or 8. Why can't this be a 3, 8 with a... 3, 8 forces a 4. Yeah, but what's wrong with it having a 2? That could be a 2, can't it? Why can't this be a 2? I'm so confused. Like, these could... like, either of these could be 2. Okay, if chat will convince me if chat is correct. Yeah, there's no claim that these digits don't repeat. These digits can absolutely repeat. So these digits then are from 2, 3 for the one that's below the 3, 4, and then 8, 9 for the one that's above the 7, 8. Okay. So, all good. It's just so rare, Jay, that when chat thinks I'm wrong about something, especially when there's that many people, it's so rare that I'm right. I'm just like immediately like, wait, what's wrong? But that time, for the very, very rare moment, I actually got it correct. Okay. I won't get used to it. It won't happen again for a while. One of these digits has to be quite close to 5. Because if I think about it, I need to have 3 digits that aren't on the line between this. Because I need at least 3 digits I can fit here. So if this is a 6, that's fine. This can be a 1, and this could be 7, 8, 9. That would be fine. But if this is as high as 7, we're already broke. So, Chris, I could have a repeated 1 on the line, except 1 is not next to 3 or 4. Which is the reason why I did not put 1 there. It is not that I, by the rules, could not repeat 1 on the line. It's because 1 doesn't white dot either of these possibilities. So this couldn't be as extreme as 7, for example. Like, neither of these cells... well, this can't be a 7. As if this is a 7, then I would have to go Oh, no. This could be a 7. Never mind. I'm trying to argue something that's just not true. Don't listen to me. I think I'm trying to argue something that is very not true. I am sort of mentally keeping an eye on the trick that I know that this digit in this box goes over here, and so then in this box it's going to go here. I think I'm going to keep an eye on that until exactly the point where it's useful, and then I'm going to forget about it. That is my plan. We'll see how it goes. Okay, but this is at least... and this is going to seem ridiculous, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not any more extreme than that. So... I know that neither of these are 9. One of them has to, because there's an 8 on this line, one of these has to be at, in fact, both of them have to be at most 7. But the high one can't be, the high one can't be higher than 5. So the high one is from 5, 6, 7. And then the low one can't be, higher than 3, so it's from 1, 2, 3. That's not the most helpful thing I've ever done in my life. Well, this can't be a 1. Have a good day, Chris. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so there's an interaction I had not appreciated between these. So if this is a 7, then these want to be 8, 9. If this is a 6, I don't think it works. If this is a 6, then what happens? If this is a 6, then this has to go 7, 8. Oh, yeah, this can't be 6 for multiple reasons. If this is a 6, it would have to go 7, 8, which would put an 8 there. It can't go up. There's not a number that's 4 more than 6. But yeah, if this was 7, it would go 7, 8, 9. And that would be okay. No, it wouldn't. This can't be a 7. Oh, okay. If this was a 7, what's the circle? And there's nothing the circle can be. If this is a 7, this circle has to be a 3. However, well, 3 or less. But then this is a 7, this is an 8, this is a 9. This cell has no value because it can't be a 1 or a 2, and it can't be a 7, 8, 9. So this can't be a 7. Because this cell, because of this 1, 2, and this hypothetical 7, 8, 9, this does not work. That's really cool. Okay. This can't be a 3 for reasons of breaking these diamonds. So this is what I was actually looking for when I found something completely different. If this is 3, then these dots are going to have to go down. So to go 3, 2, 1. But now there's no way to fill these diamonds, so this can't be 3. I now catch Carl's point. This can't be 7, because if it was 7, this cell would want to be an 8, and that's not going to work. Let's see. Okay, so what if this is a 5? So then... Well, if this is a 5, spoiler, this is not a 1. So this is a 9. And so this would go 5, 9. And then this would go 5, 4, 3. And then that could be a 1 and a 6. Is there a reason it couldn't be 1 and 6, Sayori? Because this cell, right? 5, 4, 3. This cell is a 9. This has no value because of the 1, 2 looking at it and it's seeing that. Okay, so this is a 4. Okay. Fascinating. Okay, very cool. Okay, so this is a 4. This can't be 4 less, so it has to be an 8 or a 9. So this has to go 3, 2. And so this has to be, if this is a 9, we broke. So this has to be an 8 with that being a 9. So we get a whole bunch of digits at once. I will let Zach do whatever dance he wants for all of those digits going in at once. Zach is very excited. Digit geyser. Thank you, Zach. That was a lot of digits and a lot of dance. Okay, so these are not 2, 3, or 4. So now the low digit has to be here, and it has to be a 1. And so now this is a 5 or a 6. So this is a 6 or a 7. This digit is not between 8 and 4, so it is not a 1 or a 2. It is a 3 or a 9, and it's not a 9, so this is a 3. Okay, so if this wants to be the low digit, it can't be. No, it can be, right. The low digit here is higher than 3. Oh, no, this can't be the low digit, because the lowest this digit could be is 5, in which case this would have to be a 9, and it can't be. So this is the high digit. This is the low digit. So this digit is higher than 3, but lower than something. So this is a 4 or a 5. It can't be higher than 5, because this digit needs to be at least 4 higher than it. So this is 8 or 9, and it's not 8. So it's 9. Okay, this digit needs to be 6 or 7, because it needs to be outside of this realm. So this is a 6 or 7. Got it. Okay. So it needs to be outside of 1 to 5. And so 6 and 7 are the only available ones. But now we have a 6-7 pair on the lockout line, so this can't be 6 anymore. So it's 5. Chat got that one. I just sort of found it and then filled in the details. 6 and 7. SPQ at least was all over it. Maybe others as well. These digits are a 6, 7, 8. That one's not a 6. Okay. That 7 means that's not a 7. Okay, these digits are 4, 5, 6. Yep, 4, 5, 6. That's it. That's all they are. Okay. This black dot now doesn't have a 4 on it. So it's either 1, 2, or 3, 6. Now, 6 is not... Now, these need to be at least 4 apart. If this is 6, these can't be at least 4 apart. If this is 3... Sorry, I did the wrong thing. If this is 6, these can't be at least 4 apart. If this is 3 even, they can't be 4 apart. So this is actually a 1-2 pair. And so this needs to be at least 4 more than 1. So this can't be a 4. So these digits, whether this is a 1 or a 2, these digits can't be 1 or 2. And so these digits have to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 8 or 9, so they're 6 or 7. These aren't, therefore, 6 or 7, so this is 8 or 9. This is a really cool puzzle, and this is not so brutal of a puzzle so far. I should not say anything. Epic Greenfish points out that I have a 1-2 hidden pair here. Thank you, Epic Greenfish. By the way, welcome, Epic Greenfish. Let's see. Or 6. Okay, Okay, so this can't be 8 anymore, because if this were 8, that would be 9, and that would break this cell. So this is not an 8. That's not a 9. Do any of these others break? I don't immediately see it if they do. Andrew wants to color 1-2s. Well, who am I to say no to coloring 1-2s? So these are the 1-2s. That's the same 1-2. So this is the other 1-2. It can be yellow. That's yellow too. Going very well. Beautiful. Okay, so let's look at 7s per Ad11's comment. 7s, this 6-7 pair says 7s are not here. So 7s are down here, so these aren't 7. So that is a 7. Let's actually fill in what these are. These are 3, 4, 5, actually. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one's definitely not 7. That one's not 7 either. What's the digits in row 3, column 1? Oh, yes, it does. Good point. This 6-7 pair means this can't... I did not notice this. This 6-7 pair forces that this can't be a 6. Thank you. Thank you, Kurabon. Which means it's a 5. And now the lockout rule says that this has to be a 1 because it has to be at least 4 away from 5. And so purple is 2. So 1, 1, 2, 2. Sorry that your coloring did not come to more, Andrew. But I promise to try coloring more later. So this is the 5 by Sudoku. This is not a 5. These digits are a... let's see, we've got a 1, 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5, 6, 7. We need an 8 and a 9. So this is a 3. These aren't 3. The point is that there wasn't a 3 up here. The 3 is over here somewhere. Look at the diamond in box 2. Sorry, the diamond in box 2. Okay, so this can no longer be a 3 and a 2 because there's a 2 in the column. So it is either 4, 3 or 8, 9. This is never an 8, for the record. That's been true for a while, since I placed the 7 there. So this is either an 8, 9 or a 4, 3. Let's see. Row 4 has a 5 already. Good. Same with this row, actually. Good. Okay, and so now once you actually update the pencil marks, which just goes to show you, by the way, how good some of the people in chat are at visualizing things. Like, I would not have seen this with... I could not visualize this without seeing this 3-4 pencil mark. But this 3-4 pencil mark tells me this can't be 4 and 3, so this has to be 8 and 9. Kudos to folks in chat who saw that. And so now once that's an 8, then this is, of course, not a 7 or an 8. This is not a 9. It's a 4 or a 5. I feel like there should be a similar trick for this, but I do not see it yet. Oh, I bet I do. If this is 1, 2, 3, then that means these all have to be at least 4. Seems unlikely. But I don't know that it's impossible that these are... Well, okay. If this was the absolute... so if there is no 1, 2, 3 here, then these would have to be at least 4, which would mean that these digits would have to come from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9. And we would make a quintuple of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 in the column. Which sure doesn't sound good, but I don't see why it's broken right away. Let's see. I know there's a 3 over here somewhere. Let's see. Is there some way I can get here Sudoku logically? I know there's a 5 in one of these cells. So if the 5 is in a diamond, it's with a 9. And so 5 and 9 in the diamonds would make these a 3-4 pair. 5 and 9 in the diamonds doesn't work. Okay, so that at least works. Okay, so if 5 were in a diamond, the only digit that's 4 away from it are 1, which it can't be, and 9. So if this were 5 and 9, these would have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. They can't be 1 or 2, but then the 3, 4 would break that. So the 5 is not in the diamonds. So no 5 in the diamonds. 5 is here. Let's see. 8 looks down column 7. That's 6 and 8. Yes, it is very nice. Oh, the pinned link is another puzzle. Tristan, who manages the links, has had a very long day and may be distracted doing other things. Although the thing he's doing may even be making me dinner, so I'm definitely not going to complain. But sorry about the inconvenience regarding the link. There he is. These are 2s somewhere. There's a 2 down there somewhere. Okay, so now, if these were 2, 3, it would have to be 4 and 8. Yeah, the other 8 or 9 is on a diamond, because we don't have any other 8s and 9s pencil marked. So one of these is 8 and 9, and then the other is, well, it's either 2 or 4. Right? The 3 in the column is up here. 8... A 9 needs at minimum of 5, but actually we've shown it needs to be at minimum of 4. So So basically, I think we have a virtual 2, 3, 4 triple. That's the point. We have a virtual 2, 3, 4 triple, folks. That's the point. One of these is 2 or 4, and it goes with that 2, 3, 4, and so that's a 6. And that's a 4, and that's a 3, and that's a 4, and that's a 7, and that's a 6. And that gets us somewhere. Maybe, possibly. I'll pretend. So these digits I already know. Oh, making this 2 isn't going to work. If this were 2 and 8, these would need to be a 1-9 pair. This is not 2. This is... because even if this is 2, 8, the only digits that are there are 1, 9. So no 2 here, which means that's a 2 and that's a 3. I think I was thinking about this backwards, which is not uncommon for me with lockout lines. I was trying to disprove the thing that actually was laxer. The other way is much worse. Like if I push the 2 further apart, that's not going to work. Okay. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 9. So in fact, they have to be 3, 9 pair. By the way, hey Panthera. So those are now not allowed to be 9s. They're now a 4, 8, which makes that a 9. Makes these not a 9. These digits are from 1, 2, 3, 9. And they're also not 1, 2, so these are also a 3, 9 pair. So that's not a 9. That is a 9. So let's see. So these digits are a 1, 2. We've got 3, 4, 5. We need a 6 and a 7. And then we've got an 8 and a 9. Okay, so these aren't 6. So this is 6. Let's see. So this column now. Okay, this column. Let's do this column first. So this column, we've got a 1, 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5, 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. And that one's not 8, and that one's not 9. So that gives us a 4, 8 pair, which makes that a 9. Okay. These digits then are 4 and 8 and 7. Sorry, 4 and 8 and 7. In order to make that work. That's not an 8. I know one of these is a 7, but that didn't get me quite as much. Let's see. Okay, let's see. So several people in chat are encouraging me to look at 3 and 9 in column 7. So 3 and 9 are not here. Oh. Okay, so I can say there's a 3 up here for sure. Let's do that one at least while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Yes. 3 and 9 are in this box. Okay, this is another great spot from chat. 3 and 9 are in this box, so 3 and 9 cannot be here. They're not any of these places either. So 3 and 9 are here, but there's a 3, 9 pair here, so it's not there. So actually, these two cells are a 3, 9 pair. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And again, well spotted to chat. Let's see, we still need a 2. We've got a 3. We need a 4. We got a 5 and a 6. We need a 7. We've got an 8, and we need a 9. So these are from 2, 4, 9. Well, I know... Sorry, no, we don't need a 9. We only need 2, 4, and 7. The whole point of that was that we got the 9. Let's see. This is not a 2. That might be all I get from that for now. Oh, let's see. I hear tell about 8 in column 4. Yes, 8 in column 4. Thank you, Afraid Not. What does the Zeta stop emoji look like? So that's an 8 now. which means that this is now a 7 because it can't be a 9. So that's a 4 and an 8. Box 2 done. Let's see. 7 in column 4. Yes, 7 in column 4 goes here. Oh, that's cute. I like it. Okay, these 2 digits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 5, 6 is what I need up here. And these 2 are a 1 and a 3. And so the 3 needs to go here. The 1 goes here. I want an official digit dance emoji. I think an official digit dance emoji would be appreciated. Let's see. These 2 digits are a 1 and a 6, right? They're a 1 and a 6, so that's a 6 and a 1. These digits are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 4. That's a 5. Let's see. Row 2, column 8 is 5. Because of the 4, 7, 8 triple in row 2. Yes, beautiful. 4, 7, 8 triple in row 2. Well spotted. So that makes that a 5. Which makes that a 6 and a 5. It means we know what this digit is. It's a 1. So remaining in the box, we need to find room for a 2 somewhere. The 2 could go in either of these places. We've got a 3. We need a 4. Let's see. We've got a 5. We need a 6. And a 7. That one's not a 7. So I think this is only 6 or 7. This has been great, Playmaker. This is... And fortunately, this has been much easier than most of your puzzles, which was what my brain was hoping for. So I am quite enjoying this. Okay, this isn't 7 or 8. This isn't 5 or 6. This isn't 6 or 8. So that gives me a 5, 6, 7 triple, so that's an 8. Let's see. Sayori says row 9, column 7 can't be 2 or 4 because the other end sees 6, 7, 8, 9. That is a good point. Okay, so I think Sayori is encouraging me to pencil mark these, and then I can explain this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, but that one's not 6 or 1. So this end actually is 2, 4, so this end certainly can't be 2, 4. So this end is 7. And now 4 is not far enough away, so that's a 2. That's a 4. That's a 4, and that's a 2. Going through Sudoku, that's a 5, and a 6, and a 7, and a 6. 3 is not on is not on a lockout line between these two, so that's a 9 and a 3, and a 9, and a 3, and a 9, and a 3. This is not a 1 or a 2, so it's a 7. This isn't a 5 or a 4, so it's a 2 and a 5. This is not a 2 or a 7, so it's a 1, so that's the 2. 2, 3. Let's see. This is a 4, it looks like. It's a 1, it looks like. Now I am being classic. I can't see what's going on. That's 7. There we go. Looks over and gives us the 4 and the 8 and the 7 and the 4 and the 8. Gorgeous puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. The key insight being that these two put pressure on this cell, which fixed everything over here, was really cute. I liked the way that worked out. Walter Ganis, keep in mind in S cell puzzles you also have the digit 0, so the sum can be different. Alrighty, well, thanks to everyone for hanging out with me today. That's been a lot of fun. Again, if you have any interest at all in my math channel videos, we just put up the newest one. So it was a lot of work, and I'm quite proud of it. It's very cool. So if you're interested in learning about complex integrals and the zeta function and the Riemann hypothesis and all that fun stuff, I encourage you to go check that out. Thank you very much to all of our patrons and YouTube members and supporters of all kinds. Special thank you to Franco and David Ratner, who both support at the super, super duper level. Thank you very much. But thank you to all of you. If you want to support, you can become a YouTube member by clicking join below. That'll get you the fancy green name and the little windmill, and the windmill changes over time. So if you want to see the fancy, very slowly animated windmill, you can do that. Or if you prefer Patreon for whatever reason, patreon.com/zetamath works just as well. Gets you also... Both of these get you access to what is in the bucket and gets you access to voting on what we do from the bucket. So if you want to vote on what puzzles we do next time, by all means join and have your say. All right, that's all for me for today. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you all on Saturday when I stream next. In about an hour, Ranksk is going to start streaming various sorts of word games, so we'll kick you over there. So I encourage you to enjoy that, and I will see you next time.